Good afternoon. The special session of December 29th, 2020 is hereby called to order. Colleagues, good afternoon again. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Can I get a little bit of volume on my mic? Good afternoon. And I apologize for the delay. In fact, we were having a little bit of technical difficulties. We've been able to resolve those issues. And now we're in the special session called by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. At this time, please rise for the invocation by Reverend Dr. Courtwright Winston Montgomery Jarvis, pastor of the Memorial Moravian Church, and that'll be followed by the National Anthem and the Virgin Islands Anthem.
Of a special word of prayer. Legislature meeting in session on Tuesday, December 29, 2020, the last session for the year 2020. Let us pray. O Lord, giver of life and source of freedom, we know that all we have is received from your hand. Gracious and loving God, you call us to be stewards of your abundance, the caretakers of all you have entrusted to us. Help us always to use your gifts wisely and teach us to share them generously. Send the Holy Spirit to work through us, bringing your message to those we serve. May our faithful stewardship be a witness to the love of Jesus Christ in our lives. Let your Holy Spirit, life-giving Spirit, move every human heart, and especially the hearts of the people of this land, that barriers which divide us may crumble, suspicions may disappear, and hatreds cease, that our divisions may be healed. We live in a place, oh God, where we need to experience justice and peace through Jesus, who is the Christ our Savior. We pray with grateful hearts in the name of Jesus, who is the Christ our Lord, to abide with us. Bless President Novel Francis and all the other legislators, that they may exercise wisdom as they serve the people of these Virgin Islands. Help them not to be selfish. Rather, kindle a flame in their hearts for the upliftment of this territory and the development and the forward movement of its peoples. Let your blessings therefore rest upon them in this august house. We pray this in the name of Jesus, who is the Christ, and all God's people say, Amen, amen, and amen.
Not from which company? Not from this company? Not from where?
Gift inside.
Thank you very much, Pastor Reverend Dr. Courtroy Jarvis, for the invocation. At this time, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
President. Senator Alicia V. Barnes. Senator Barnes present. Senator Oakland Benta. Senator Benta absent. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Allison L. Degazan. Senator Degazan present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins present. Senator Stedman Hodge Jr. Senator Hodge present. Senator Myron D. Jackson. Senator Jackson present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James present. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne present. Senator Janelle K. Sorrow. Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Athniel Bobby Thomas. Senator Thomas present. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale present. Mr. President, you have 13 members present, 2 members absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Any correspondence to be read into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Miss. Yes, Miss. Yes.
Please recognize the mic of the clerk.
Yes, Mr. President.
You may proceed in reading the correspondence.
December 29th, 2020, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., President, 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Francis, this letter is to inform you that due to an already scheduled medical appointment out of the territory, I will be absent from the special session scheduled for today, Tuesday, December 29th, 2020, in the Earl B. Athley Legislative Chambers. Please consider my absence as excused. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Janelle K. Saru. That concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Madam Secretary, please mark or record Senator Sorrow as excused and tally.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, you have 13 members present, 1 member absent, and 1 member excused.
Thank you very much. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read the governor's letter of special session into the record.
December 22nd, 2020, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis, President, 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the Revised Organic Act of 1954, Section 7, as amended, I hereby call the 33rd Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands into special session to be held on Tuesday, December 29th, 2020, for the purpose of considering the proposed legislation related to the refinancing of the government's matching fund revenues for purposes of reduction of the government's debt and certain agreements and ancillary agreements needed for the proposed transaction. It is respectfully requested that the special session commence at 12 noon on such date. This call to special session is in furtherance of discussions held with members of the legislature about utilizing the benefit of current bond market conditions for the benefit of the government and people of the Virgin Islands. I have recognized the aversion to the increased debt service as well as the insistence on an interest cap for the issuance of the debt and have included measures that were suggested in the last two sessions to allay your concerns. I will make available for further clarification if needed Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration of the Public Finance Authority, and other members of the Refinancing Advisory Team. They will be prepared to give testimony and respond to questions at the special session. We intend to provide a complete picture of the new transaction for the legislature to make a prompt decision in special session on Tuesday, December 29th, 2020. This legislation, if passed, will be of significant benefit to the people of the Virgin Islands. I thank you and your fellow senators for your continued consideration in the steps to implement this transaction and to enhance the lives of our fellow Virgin Islanders. Sincerely, Albert Bryan Jr., Governor. This concludes the reading of the letter, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Hence, our presence here today is as a result of a special session that has been called by the Governor, Albert Bryan Jr. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Consideration of floor agenda, Bill number 33-0458, an act repealing and replacing Acts number 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating, as of the date hereof, a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation to 1. Acquire all of the Virgin Islands government's rights, title, and interests in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government by the United States Treasury during the transfer period and the related rights. 2. Issue matching fund securitization bonds and residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price, therefore, and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3. Direct the Security and the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account. To approve and ratify all actions taken pursuant to Act numbers 8329 and 8330 prior to the date hereof. To ratify the amendments to the Rum Company agreements and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, USVI Public Finance Authority. Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Key Walker, Esquire, General Counsel, USVI Public Finance Authority. Clarina Modeste Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance. Ms. Lisa Fort, Esquire, Bond Counsel, Hawkins, Delafield Wood, LLP. Mr. Miles L. Plaskett, Esquire, Special Counsel to VI Public Finance Authority, Dwayne Morris, LLP. Mr. Richard Tortora, President, Capital Market Advisor, LLC. Mr. Adam Lobert, Senior President and Lead Investment Banker, Ramirez and Company. Bond Counsel, Squire Patton Boggs. Mr. Jeffrey Eden, Esquire, General Counsel, Winston and Strawn, LLP. Ms. Carol Denniston, Esquire, Bond Counsel, Squire Patton Boggs. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll be dissolving into the Committee of the Whole in order for us to be able to take testimony. This committee stands in Committee of the Whole at this time. Again, the legislature has dissolved into the Committee of the Whole to receive testimony on the proposed legislation. Hopefully the testifiers can fully explain to the listening and viewing public in regards to the measure that's before us. Let me remind the public that there's no votes taken in the Committee of the Whole, and at the conclusion of the Committee of the Whole, the legislature will then rise back into regular session to vote on the proposed legislation. I will ask all of the testifiers to be recognized individually, and then you'll be administered the oath. Mr. Nathan Simmons, representing the USVI Public Finance Authority as the Director of Finance and Administration. Mr. Simmons.
Here.
Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning. I'm here. Yeah, good afternoon, sorry.
Ms. Key Walker, Esquire, General Counsel to the USVI Public Finance Authority.
Good morning, Senate President. I'm present.
Very well. Acting Commissioner Clarina Modest Elliott, Department of Finance.
Good morning, President. I'm here.
Very well. Bond Counsel, Ms. Lisa Fart, Harkins Delafield Wood, LLP.
Good morning, I'm here.
Special Counsel to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, also representing Dwayne Morris, LLP, Attorney Miles Plaskett. Moving along, the President of the Capital Market Advisors, LLC, President Richard Totora.
Good afternoon. I'm present.
Good afternoon. Senior Vice President and Lead Investment Banker for Ramirez and Co. Bond Counsel, Squire Patton Boggs, Mr. Adam Lobert.
Good afternoon, Mr. Senate President.
Good
I'm here.
afternoon. General Counsel, Winston and Strawn, LLP, Attorney Jeffrey Eaton.
Good afternoon. I'm present.
And Bond Counsel, Squire Patton Boggs, Attorney Carol Deniston.
Good morning, I'm present.
Very well. Please let the record reflect we have not heard from Attorney Miles Plaskett or Attorney Eaton. At this time, I'll ask all of you to stand and please raise your right hand.
I'm sorry, Senate President, Attorney is actually on. He did respond.
Who's that?
I'm not sure if you can hear him. Attorney Eaton.
Okay, no, we didn't hear him. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm under the penalty of perjury that the information you be given to this body will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Yes.
Please let the record reflect that all of the testifiers have acknowledged the oath. At this time, Mr. Simmons, you are recognized for your testimony.
Good morning and thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry,
Good
Mr. Director Simmons, let me just be clear. Are you the only one giving testimony today? And everyone
No,
else?
sir, I am going. Now, I will present some testimony as well, Mr. Tortora, and then Director O'Neill will wrap up the testimony.
Very
Those
well.
are the three of us.
Very well. You may proceed.
Before I begin, let me correct one thing on the agenda that you have there. It's Mr. Lobert is with Ramirez and Company, not Bond Counsel Squire Patton Box. That's a misprint.
Very well. The record will so reflect. Thank you for that correction.
Today, Senate President Novel E. Francis Jr., President of the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, other members of the 33rd Legislature, fellow testifiers, media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers, as well as the viewing and listening audiences. I am Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. We appear before you pursuant to the Governor's special session call and your invitation to provide testimony on BR 20-1434, an act repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, and creating, as of the date hereof, a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, replacing the previously expired corporation, hereinafter referred to as the bill. We previously appeared before this honorable body at special sessions held on August 25th, September 17th, and December 8, 2020, and before the Committee on Finance on August 27, 2020, to present for your consideration and approval a transaction that would replace the existing matching fund revenue bonds issued by the Public Finance Authority with new matching fund securitization bonds to be issued by a newly created special purpose governmental corporation that would acquire all the government's rights, title, and interest to the matching fund receipts and issue the new matching fund securitization bonds. After considerable testimony from us and questioning by you, as well as discussions between the executive branch and members of the 33rd Legislature as to how best to take advantage of current and favorable market conditions, we appear before you now to present a slightly different and potential transaction that addresses and cures the concerns previously raised by you. Governor Bryan and his financial team are unwavering in their commitment to pursue a refinancing for savings of the outstanding high coupon matching fund revenue bonds to achieve a reduction in the government's overall debt service supported by matching fund receipts, and to demonstrate the territory's ability to regain market confidence and investment-grade access. We are confident that the current interest rate environment in the bond market is advantageous to a refinancing of outstanding matching fund revenue bonds. As an example of this, one only needs to look across the waters to neighboring Puerto Rico, where on December 9, 2020, the Puerto Rico Aqueduct and Sewer Authority, known as PRASA, saw $3.1 billion of orders for its $1.4 billion of refunding bonds. Buoyed by this turn of events for PRASA, we are compelled to bring this matter back once again to this honorable body, as the savings to be generated from the proposed refinancing are expected to have a beneficial economic impact in the territory, which continues to be affected by the loss of revenues due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the hurricanes of 2017, and other revenue shortfalls. After extensive collaboration with our financing team and discussion with members of the legislature, we have restructured the transaction in the revised legislation to provide debt service savings in every year and a cap that limits the interest cost of the bonds while still allowing for leverage and negotiations with investors. And I'd like to repeat that. We have restructured the transaction in the revised legislation to provide debt service savings in every year and a cap that limits the interest cost of the bonds while still allowing for leverage and negotiations with investors. The new transaction reduces the amount of bonds outstanding from $950 million to approximately $818 million and provides savings in every year that the bonds are outstanding, helping to improve the overall credit profile of the government. Further, under the prior deal, due to the front loading of savings and higher debt service payments on the back end, the total savings to the government under the 20-year term was estimated at approximately $67 million. Under this revised refinancing transaction, the lower debt service payments to the government over the same term is approximately $226 million. In terms of changes needed to the legislation to bring about the transaction that is being presented to you today, we have added language in the bill to Section 1405C, providing that for each fiscal year, the annual debt service of the initial matching fund securitization bonds may not exceed the annual debt service that would have been paid on the existing PFA bonds. This ensures that the principal and interest payments in any year during the term of the initial matching fund securitization bonds will be less than that would have been paid on the existing PFA bonds being refinanced. In other words, there will be savings to the government in every year. Second, a new Section 4 was added providing that the true interest cost on the initial matching fund securitization bonds shall not exceed 4.5% per annum. Though it continues to be our belief that the interest rate that the refinancing bonds will eventually sell at should be a function of the credit rating and market conditions on the day of pricing, we recognize that this cap is vital to this legislative body to ensure that the desired savings are achieved for the benefit of the people of this territory. You will also note that omitted from the bill is a closing deadline. The Public Finance Authority and other members of its financing team assures this body and the public that the primary purpose of this transaction is to obtain savings and reduce debt service in a manner that benefits the people of the Virgin Islands. Let me be clear once again that Governor Bryan will not and cannot close a transaction that does not accomplish these goals. Also, as part of this transaction, minor technical amendments to the government's agreements with Diageo USVI and Cruz and Vera Limited and ancillary agreements relating to the issuance of the matching fund securitization bonds are required. The Rum Company amendments presented to you today are identical to the amendments presented on December 8th. The changes to the legislation and the transaction structure do not require any corresponding changes to the current amendments to the Rum Company agreements. Mr. President, the legislation before you for consideration is essentially the same as was approved in Acts numbers 8329 and 8330, with the changes that I have just explained. Though the new safeguards in the bill improve upon the transaction that was previously authorized, the vehicle to achieve this result is almost identical. Similar to what was approved in Acts numbers 8329 and 8330, the proposed bill would transfer all of the government's rights, title, and interest to the matching fund receipts to a special purpose vehicle to achieve favorable interest rates and enhance annual debt service savings. The special purpose vehicle would issue new bonds in an amount necessary to call and defease all the existing matching fund debt, including the Diageo and Cruzan project bonds, and pay the costs associated with issuing the new refinancing bonds. This new corporation or special purpose vehicle would issue matching fund refinancing bonds with a significantly lower interest cost than that currently being paid on the existing matching fund revenue bonds, and would therefore lower overall debt service requirements, resulting in more of the matching fund receipts flowing to the government. The increased amount of matching fund receipts remaining will continue to flow to the government and the rum companies under their existing agreements, just as it does today. As a reminder, under the structure that was previously approved and what is currently being proposed here, each year the matching fund receipts will be sent from the U.S. Treasury through the Department of the Interior to a government-owned restricted account held with the bond trustee, who will then be required to transfer the matching fund receipts within 1 day of their receipt to the Securitized Matching Fund Receipts Fund, from which the required payments on the matching fund refinancing bonds are made. After the debt service is paid on the matching fund refinance bonds, the remaining matching fund receipts are transferred by the trustee to a residual account for payment to the government and to the rum companies under their respective agreements. The structure we are seeking to be reauthorized is intended to provide increased liquidity for the government because a greater portion of the matching fund receipts will be available for general governmental purposes after payment of a lower amount of debt service on the new refinancing bonds. In other words, the remaining amounts to be received by the government are expected to be greater than the remaining amounts currently received by the government under the existing bonds. The sale of the matching fund receipts to the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation is proposed to provide enhanced security for bondholders that prevents diversion of the receipts from the debt service payments. Once again, after all outstanding matching fund securitization bonds are paid, the rights to the matching fund receipts will once again be owned by the government. It is important to note that we are not issuing bonds for additional debt, nor are we extending the final maturity of the current outstanding bonds. The term of the new refinancing bonds will not extend past the final maturity date of the existing matching fund revenue bonds. It is crucial that we move swiftly to secure these savings. While market rates in the bond market are currently very favorable, any national or global event can easily trigger a change in market conditions. Additionally, the U.S. Department of Treasury and the Department of the Interior teams have confirmed that they will be able to provide written acknowledgement of the governor's irrevocable direction to remit the matching fund receipts to the government's restricted account once the proposed bill is passed, so long as there are no material differences to the legislation previously approved. I'd like to repeat that also. The U.S. Department of Treasury and the Department of the Interior have confirmed that they will be able to provide written acknowledgement of the governor's irrevocable direction to remit the matching fund receipts to the government's restricted account once the proposed bill is passed, so long as there are no material differences to the legislation. This is a significant achievement which involves several months of discussions with the Federal Treasury and DOI teams of the current Trump administration. Should we fail to enact this legislation and obtain the written acknowledgements from Treasury before the change in administration, we will have to work with and educate members of the new administration who in all likelihood will not consider this matter a high priority during the presidential transition period for the new administration. Such delays could cause us to lose the current favorable bond market conditions and incur additional significant legal costs that we would have otherwise not expended. All indications point to moving ahead expeditiously with this transaction. The Treasury DOI executed acknowledgement, as was previously indicated, will be included as an appendix to a new offering document and remove an unknown for investors, which would help us achieve lower rates. While we have in prior testimony presented detailed background information explaining the history of matching funds, we will once again provide for the record a brief overview to this body and the listening and viewing audience so all can better appreciate the context of this testimony. The government of the Virgin Islands, through the Public Finance Authority, has historically sold bonds to provide funds for the cost of infrastructure and economic development and to support rum production by Cruzan and Diageo. Currently, the U.S. Treasury collects an excise tax of $13.50 per proof gallon on rum manufactured by Diageo and Cruzan on St. Croix and shipped to the United States. And the government receives a rebate of $13.25 per proof gallon from the excise taxes that the federal government collects. This is referred to as the matching fund receipts or rum cover over. These funds are transmitted directly to the Bank of New York Mellon as trustee for the existing bonds and held in an escrow account until they are distributed by the trustee. These monies are used to pay 1. Periodic principal and interest to the bondholders, 2. The rum companies according to agreements executed for economic development, and 3. The government. The existing matching fund revenue bonds would have an average interest rate of 5.58%, with some existing matching fund revenue bonds paying as high as 6.75%. Because of the well-known economic difficulties that have been experienced in the Virgin Islands for several years, the existing matching fund revenue bonds have been downgraded by the credit rating agencies to below investment grade. We cannot refinance the existing matching fund bonds through the Public Finance Authority with sub-investment grade credit ratings on its senior and multiple subordinate liens and expect to generate any significant level of savings. Again, I repeat, we cannot refinance the existing matching fund bonds through the PFA with sub-investment grade credit ratings and expect to generate any significant level of savings. In contrast, the new refinancing bonds to be administered through the proposed matching fund securitization corporation were awarded a preliminary BBB investment grade rating from Kroll Bond Rating Agency, reflecting and recognizing the stronger protections for bondholders and providing us with public bond market access for the first time in several years. Under the substantially identical legislation proposed today, we expect that the investment grade rating will be maintained for the bonds authorized under this legislation. In connection with the existing matching fund revenue bonds, a portion of the bond proceeds was set aside in a debt service reserve fund. This fund was established to provide security for the bondholders. If at any time there are insufficient matching fund receipts to make a debt service payment on the bonds, the shortfall would be drawn from the debt service reserve fund until it is exhausted. If that reserve fund is never drawn upon, it is released to pay the final year's interest and principal on the outstanding series of matching fund revenue bonds. For the record, since it was established over 22 years ago, the existing debt service reserve fund has never been drawn upon and has cost us tens of millions of dollars in additional interest. Also, because of the projected increased level of debt service coverage under the proposed matching fund securitization corporation structure, the likelihood that a debt service reserve fund for the matching fund securitization bonds would ever be drawn upon is even more remote. The holders of the matching fund securitization bonds will enjoy a debt service coverage of $3 of matching fund receipts for every $1 of debt service due on the matching fund bonds. This is a significant improvement over the current minimum coverage ratio of $1.50 of matching fund receipts for every $1 of debt service on the senior lien bonds. This added coverage negates the need for a new debt service reserve fund for the securitized matching fund bondholders. Keep in mind that a debt service reserve fund is funded from bond proceeds. Therefore, we will be paying interest on this amount over the life of the bonds. The amount currently in the debt service reserve fund will be released and applied in part to reduce the amount of matching fund refinancing bonds being issued, thereby reducing both the amounts of principal and interest to be paid on the new refinancing bonds over their term. It is important to note that not having to borrow approximately $80 million to fund a new debt service reserve fund will allow the corporation to avoid substantial interest expense on the debt service reserve fund monies that could be used for governmental purposes. The $80 million represents 1 year's principal and interest on the matching fund refinancing bonds. The cost of maintaining the current debt service reserve fund of approximately $130 million for the existing matching fund reserve bonds, revenue bonds, has been very expensive for the people of the Virgin Islands and has resulted in the government receiving less of the residual rum tax receipts in the past and foregoing major infrastructure needs and improvements while cash sits in the reserve, some locked away until October 1, 2039. In summary, this transaction would provide for the refunding of all the existing matching fund revenue bonds by the Public Finance Authority by having the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation issue matching fund securitization bonds at lower interest rates. Once the matching fund securitization bonds and all obligations under the indenture relating to the matching fund securitization bonds are paid in full, the government will once again own the rights to the matching fund receipts going forward. As we have stated before, the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation may issue additional matching fund securitization bonds in the future only upon authorization by the legislature and the corporation's board of directors, which includes the governor, and after all requirements are met for issuing additional matching fund securitization bonds. As a reminder, we chose to pursue this refinancing mechanism of the matching fund revenue bonds because the Public Finance Authority, under current market conditions, is not able to restructure the outstanding matching fund bonds in a traditional refunding bond structure. We saw what happened in 2017 when the Public Finance Authority attempted to issue additional matching fund revenue bonds, but had to withdraw the offering on the day of pricing due to insufficient orders from investors to complete the offering. This proposed reauthorized securitization to the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation is once again expected to provide access to the public investment-grade bond markets. The difference in the interest rates that is expected to be paid on the Matching Fund Securitization bonds versus the interest rates being paid on the existing Matching Fund revenue bonds is expected to significantly reduce overall debt service that is supported by the matching fund receipts. Once the transaction is completed and the refinancing bonds issued, the savings derived from the refunding will be presented to the legislature with the governor's recommendations for the projects or priorities to be funded. We have a choice before us today. We either make a choice to continue to pay high interest rates on our debt, or we make a choice to embrace an opportunity with the new safeguards to lower our costs and apply the savings to benefit the government and the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. President and Senators, this concludes my testimony. Thank you for granting us the opportunity to appear before you today. You will also hear testimony from Richard Tortora of Capital Markets Advisors, Adam Lober from Ramirez and Company, and the Director of Office and Management and Budget, Jennifer O'Neill. In addition, with me again today to respond to your questions, Attorney Lisa Force from Harkins, Delafield and Wood, LLC, Bond Counsel to the Public Finance Authority, who will answer questions on the existing matching fund bonds. Attorney Miles Plaskett from Duane Morris, LLP, Special Counsel to the Public Finance Authority for the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, is available to answer questions regarding the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. Attorney Carol Denniston from Squire Patton Boggs, US LLP, Bond Counsel with respect to the new matching fund bonds, are available to respond to questions regarding the proposed legislation, the arrangements with US Treasury, and the overall structure of the refinance. Acting Finance Commissioner Clarina Modest Elliott will respond to questions on the functioning of the transfers of matching fund revenues in the manner prescribed by US Treasury. Attorney Jeffrey Eaton with Winston and Strawn LLP will address questions on the amendments to the agreements with the rum companies. And Attorney Key Walker, General Counsel to the Public Finance Authority, will be available to address and clarify legal or other concerns. Thank you very much. The team and I are available to respond to your questions and address any of your concerns. Mr. Totoro will now make a presentation.
Thank you very much, Director Simmons. Mr. Totora, you recognize for your testimony at this time.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Senate President Francis, other senators of the legislature, other testifiers and members of the government's finance team, and the viewing public. I'm Richard Tortora, President of Capital Markets Advisors, LLC. My firm serves as the independent registered municipal advisor to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. This afternoon, I will provide you with an update from when I last addressed you earlier this month on the revised plan of finance and other issues related to the proposed refinancing of the PFA's outstanding matching fund bonds. During the hearing held on December 8th, several of you voiced your concerns regarding the transaction that was being proposed at that time. The finance team heard you and went back to work to address each of the issues that you had raised. The result is a significantly changed and revised transaction that responds to your concerns and still results in a reduction in the government's overall debt and increased savings for the benefit of the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Under the new structure, the proposed transaction is simply a refinancing of the existing debt for savings. We will be able to do this by selling the new bonds through an investment grade rated entity at interest rates that are significantly lower than the rates currently being paid on the PFA's outstanding matching fund bonds. The new rates will also be significantly lower than what the PFA could possibly achieve if it were to try to sell the refinancing bonds on its own. The PFA was last in the market in 2017 and was unsuccessful in its efforts to sell debt. The newly structured transaction will result in reduced principal and interest payments in each of the next 20 years that the refinancing bonds will be outstanding. Most importantly, in response to the argument that the old structure kicks the can down the road, under the new structure there will be no increase in principal and interest payments in the later years, but rather reduced principal and interest payments in each of the next 20 years, and the term of the bonds will not extend beyond the term of the existing PFA matching fund bonds. An added benefit under the new structure is that the amount of the new debt being issued will be approximately $130 million lower than the amount of PFA matching fund debt outstanding today. The reduced principal and interest payment on the refinancing bonds for the government may total as much as $15 million in each of the next 10 years, followed by payments that could be $8 million or less in years 11 through 18, followed by savings that could be as much as $6 million in each of years 19 and 20. Based on the success of the recent refinancing in Puerto Rico by its Water and Sewer Authority, PRASA, which unlike our issue was unrated and sold to a very limited number of investors, our team of underwriters, which includes Ramirez and Company, Bank of America Securities, and Jeffries and Company, are confident that the refinancing bonds can be sold below the rate secured by PRASA. You will recall that the government's underwriting team was selected following a competitive evaluation process conducted earlier this year, with the lead underwriter, Ramirez and Company, deemed to have submitted the best proposal. In response to concerns raised by you, our underwriters have imposed the interest rate cap sought of 4.5% on the new refinancing bonds. Puerto Rico's $1.3 billion PRASA bonds were priced on December 7, 2020, without a credit rating and offered to a very limited number of investors. Virtually all of the PRASA bonds were sold as tax-exempt, while 80% of our new refinancing bonds will be sold as tax-exempt, with 20% sold as taxable. Taxable bonds pay higher interest rates, perhaps as much as 0.75% than tax-exempt bonds. Puerto Rico used monies in its existing debt service reserve fund to pay for improvements to its water and sewer system, while all the money in the PFA's existing reserve fund will be applied to reduce the amount of refinancing bonds being issued. The BBB rating assigned to the refinancing bonds is firmly in the investment grade category and is 8 notches higher than the rating on the PFA's outstanding matching fund bonds, as well as the credit rating of the Virgin Islands government itself. If the PFA were to try to sell the refinancing bonds on its own, my firm is not confident that all of the bonds could be sold due to their sub-investment grade rating. However, if they could be sold, CMA strongly believes that the interest rates would be significantly higher than those that can be achieved using the new entity with its investment grade rating. The government last successfully issued matching fund bonds in 2013 and gross receipt tax bonds in 2014. An attempted sale of matching fund revenue bonds in 2017 was unsuccessful due to a lack of investor support. Kroll Bond Rating Agency's rating of BBB on the refinancing bonds will help to ensure their marketability to investors. A successful pricing of the refinancing bonds will mark an important milestone in the government's financial history. The government's return to the capital markets would not be possible without the creation of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. It will not only allow the government to significantly reduce its future interest payments on the new refinancing bonds, it will also provide a mechanism for the government to gain access into the market again in the future. Should the members of this body approve the revised transaction presented today, a new timeline for this transaction would provide our underwriters with 2 weeks to market the refinancing bonds. This additional time should result in broader market support for this transaction by providing investors with more time to secure the in-house credit approval required to allow them to place orders for the refinancing bonds. We will also build in 7 to 10 days for the government's legal team to prepare all of the documentation required to close this transaction after the bonds are sold. The entire process up through closing is anticipated to take approximately 5 weeks from the date of authorization by the legislature. This concludes my testimony. I would be pleased to address any questions that you may have. Mr. President, as we have done at prior hearings, I'd like to have Mr. Adam Lawbert, our lead banker from Ramirez, add to my testimony this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lobert, you're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Senate President. I just want to check to see if the slides are up before I begin.
Good afternoon. You're coming in clear. Slides.
Right. Yes, the slides.
Media, I have some slides to present. We good to go?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tortora. Good afternoon, Senators.
Stand by one, sir. Stand by.
Okay.
Were those slides sent into the legislature? Or are you sharing your screen?
Yes, the slides were sent in.
Very well. We'll take a 2 minutes recess and identify those slides and get them up. Committee of the whole session scans in recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess. Mr. Lobert, your slides are loaded. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Lobert, you're breaking up. You might need to get a little bit closer to your device.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, try that.
Yes. Thank you. Before I start into the slides, I just want to turn it back to Mr. Tortora for a moment.
Thank you. Mr. Senate President, I would just like to read into the record, if I may, make notice of 2 pages from the preliminary offering circular that was used in conjunction with the September offering, in which we provide information to investors about the composition of our underwriting team. As this group knows, there was an RFP process conducted earlier this year, and Ramirez and Company was selected to serve as the lead underwriter, but their efforts will be supplemented by our 2 co-underwriters, Bank of America Securities and its affiliate Merrill Lynch, and Jefferies LLC and its affiliate E-Trade Securities. I just wanted that to be known in the record, if I might. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. It'll be so noted. You said you wanted to read a correspondence or just put that information on the record?
The latter. I just wanted to make it aware that this was circulated by Attorney Bourne this morning, the 2 pages. I needn't read it. I just wanted to put it on notice that it is part of the record.
Very well. Thank you. Mr. Lobert?
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Senate President. Good afternoon, Senators. Just a quick public service announcement before I begin. Same as last time, Ramirez is here in its capacity as underwriter and not financial advisor. That's just sort of a regulatory PSA over there. But let me just jump right into the slides. We're going to go through sort of the illustrative example. I'll go through some of the assumptions for the plan of finance and also go through some of the numbers in a format that you are familiar with from the last couple times. The plan that the government has is to refund all the outstanding high-interest PFA matching fund bonds with the new lower-cost securitization bonds in a refinancing that utilizes a traditional refunding structure. What that means is we're going to try to have savings in every single year without extending the debt and sort of make it more of an apples-to-apples traditional savings structure that you've seen in the past. Where we are today is the average coupon on the existing bonds is a 5.58. The government expects to achieve the following goals: debt service savings in every fiscal year over the life of bonds. This is now a provision required by the legislation, and also a true interest cost lower than the 4.50 cap rate in the legislation. Obviously, if you approach that cap, the transaction is not going to happen. In that, still, as we stand here today, the government has negotiated savings splits with Diageo and Crucian respectively. 70% of the savings generated from their funding of the Diageo project bonds and 60% of the much smaller Crucian project refunding bonds. Different from last time is capitalized interest is no longer utilized to offset GVI's share of the interest payments in the first 3 years. That was something that all the senators had seemed to mention in one form or another. That was something where there was no debt service on a net basis in the first 3 years. That provision is gone. Each and every fiscal year now would have savings with no increased debt service in the later years. The prior argument of kicking the can down the road, that is very much no longer the case at this point. The one thing we cannot control, obviously, is where the market will be on the day of pricing. But based on recent transactions and where we stand today under the current conditions, we should be below the 450. However, if should the anticipated rates on the pricing date approach the 450, the governor could either modify or pull the transaction. In short, there will be no transaction that will be executed that has a true interest cost that is higher than the 450 cap rate under any market condition. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we are on slide 2, the plan of finance. The goal here to take out all the high interest bonds and replace them with low interest bonds. Approximately 80% will be triple tax exempt, and also will be investment grade, which is very much different than any comparable transactions that are out there, and 20% will be federal taxable. That's just due to where tax law is today with regards to advance refundings. Very similar to last time, we will only issue bonds that are covered by the existing term of the Diageo and Cusion production agreements, and we are not extending the final maturity. It will be the same as it was before, October 1st, 2039, but there will be a lot less bonds out the back end. The structure of the bond debt service is to provide a minimum of 3 times coverage in every single year. That's $3 of revenues for every $1 of debt service. Debt service in each and every fiscal year over the life of the bonds, and the savings pattern, as you will see in a couple of slides, will be shaped by the existing debt service. What that means is that in years where you have more debt service today, the savings will be greater and vice versa. As Mr. Tortora mentioned, we are going to apply the released existing debt service reserve fund monies to reduce the amount of refunding bonds to be issued. This will be a smaller deal than was previously proposed. In terms of the revenues, those are pretty much the same. The fiscal 2021 advance from the Department of Interior of $272.95 million, and we assume that it's a 13.25 per proof gallon cover over rate that is constant over the life of the bonds. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is an example of the debt service coverage in the same format that you have seen previously. Column A is where the receipts are projected to be. For 2021, it's a little bit different because that's already been paid, and some of the monies that are there are currently retained in the indenture for purposes of paying interest. Column B is what the GVI's gross debt service would be under the new structure. Column C is what the Diageo project would be under the new structure. Column D does the same for Crusion. Column E, although all of the numbers there are blank, we left the column in intentionally to show you that there is no capitalized bond interest in the numbers for this iteration. And column F basically sums up column B, C, D, and E. And column G shows you what the debt service coverage ratio has to be. In the first 10 years, it's about a 305. After that, it rises to about a 435. And then after that, the coverage is basically pretty high going forward from 14 up to 50. That's where sort of the tail of the transaction is very small, and the bulk of the bonds are concentrated in the first 10 years. This is a structure here where the government's bond debt service, as you'll see on the next page, will closely mirror in the same shape as it exists today. So let me turn to the next slide, slide 4. Okay, so this is the comparison slide as to what you have today versus what you can expect or project to pay based on the securitization structure. So the first column shows where you are today. Obviously, 2021 is a partial year. The debt service payment was made on October 1st. What's left is the April 1st payment. From 2022 onwards, that's exactly what you would pay under the existing PFA bonds, assuming nothing happened. Those are the dollars out the door. And as you can see, debt service averages a little over 80 to 85 million between 2022 and 2030, dropping down to a little under 50 million, 31 through 33. And basically from 2034 onwards, it's about 5.5 million to basically fiscal 2040. So now let's turn to the next column. So the next column shows what your net debt service is here. And the reason we call it the net debt service is because it is the dollars that you expect to pay after consideration of the rum company shared savings split. So in the first 10 years or so, debt service will drop from 81 to 85 million to about 68 million, give or take. In 2031 through 33, debt service will drop to about 41 million. And then from 34 to 40, what might look pretty odd is that it is actually net negative. What that means is that the dollar amount of GVI's share of rum company savings exceeds the amount of the scheduled debt service. That means that the split that you get completely offsets the debt service you would have to pay. What that means is that it kind of effectively shortens the deal quite a bit from a cash flow basis. When you look at the following column, the net reduction in total debt service, you can compare the prior two columns, and during the first 10 years, the average savings is about 15 million, plus or minus. The next 8 years, it's a little over $8 million a year, and the final 2 years, it's $5.8 million per year. That is sort of the savings pattern, which kind of neatly sort of mirrors where your existing debt service is today. It sort of steps down in two different steps over time between 22 to 2030, 31 to 33, and 34 to 40. And that total reduction in debt service, as previously mentioned, is about 226.6 million, taking total debt service from 953 million down to about 726 million. This is based here on current projections. As we get closer to the bond market, obviously, those numbers can and will change, and they can improve or they can get a little bit different. But this is sort of where we are today in terms of a scenario. I'm sure you'll have questions a little later on. Thank you for the time on this, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lobert, for your presentation there. I guess next we'll go to Director O'Neill.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day, Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., other members of the 33rd Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers and team members, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and a member of the Public Finance Authority's Board. I appear as part of the refinancing team and pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on BR 20-1434, an act repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating as of the date hereof a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. I will conclude today's team presentation by reiterating that there is no single option that can be used to resolve the long-standing systemic issues that the territory faces, and we have an obligation to identify, analyze, and take advantage of each opportunity that arises for the benefit of the people of this territory. This legislation is truly a collaborative effort between the first and second branches of government to reduce the territory's overall debt, to take a major step towards improving the government's creditworthiness so that in the future it can enter the market without the need for an SPV, and to increase cash flow. As we all know, it is the legislature that will appropriate the savings to be realized from the refinancing of the existing bonds, and it is you who will decide how these funds will be used to benefit the people of the territory. This opportunity to improve the lives of our people is just too great to pass by. You, the members of the 33rd Legislature, understand this well, and also understand that this transaction presents a unique opportunity for the people of the Virgin Islands that may not exist for very long. As Director Simmons pointed out in his testimony, this new transaction reduces the amount of bonds outstanding from $950 million to approximately $818 million, and lower debt service payments of $226 million for the government over the 20-year term of the bonds, thereby helping to improve the overall credit profile of the government. With this perspective in mind, doing nothing and not taking advantage of this opportunity are simply not options that we feel would be in the best interest of the government or the people of the Virgin Islands. As I stated in my December 8th testimony, not repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330 may also send a message to interested parties that the U.S. Virgin Islands has neither the capacity nor the courage to implement practical steps to address its challenges. The Brian Roach administration sees the need to be bold and to make the necessary tough decisions, to be innovative and show the courage to tackle the financial challenges facing the territory, which includes refinancing our outstanding matching fund debt to reduce our future debt service costs. In simple terms, this refinancing of our current debt to obtain a lower interest rate and the resulting lower payments makes sense. We recognize that this transaction has been reviewed by many as convoluted and unnecessary, and there have been lots of comments and questions as to why Governor Bryan keeps pushing for this transaction. Some also ask, what's different this time? And we also recognize the ongoing questions surrounding the use of a special purpose vehicle. In summary, this transaction has been reduced to a basic refinancing of existing debt with no front loading of the savings as previously proposed. This means that there will be no increased debt service on the back end and no $85 million per year for 3 years on the front end. You will recall that the initial transaction would have allowed for $85 million per year for the first 3 years, and that Governor Bryan desired that $85 million per year be directed to commencing to solving the government employees' retirement system's deficit issue. Due to the concerns raised by this body, the front loading of the savings has been eliminated. Additionally, the use of the SPV allows us the opportunity for a higher investment grade credit rating and substantially increases the probability of the success of refinancing the existing matching fund debt. As I explained in the December 8th hearing, the SPV will have a higher credit rating than what the GVI and the PFA currently have, which will allow it to access lower borrowing rates due to the perceived reduced risk. This is a common practice in the municipal finance world. Finally, this transaction is not complex. It is a straightforward refinancing to take advantage of the current market conditions and to reduce outstanding GVI debt, and is by no means unnecessary. In fact, refinancing at a lower interest rate is the only way to reduce existing debt payments. The savings of approximately $15 million per year in each of the first 10 years of the government, with additional savings in each subsequent year, can then be put towards the general fund to address areas where we continue to struggle to become current on outstanding debts, such as workers' compensation payments owed to providers, payments owed to haulers and other vendors by the Waste Management Authority, unemployment insurance, and or even the GERS unfunded liability, to name a few. We are here before you today for the second time this month to explain to the 33rd Legislature and the listening public all of the benefits of this refinancing transaction, while also asking you to exercise your sacred duty to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands and the Treasury of the Virgin Islands. We ask you to support this effort. Senators, Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach are committed to ensuring that this remains a collective and collaborative effort. You have voiced your opinion, and we have heard you loud and clear. The transaction before you today addresses your concerns while also ensuring that there will be a financial and economic benefit to the territory. In conclusion, I reiterate once again the following points. We are not borrowing any extra money. The rump cover over revenues will continue to be issued to us. We will be paying less interest on a lower amount of debt and have more money to spend for our priorities. We will continue to be transparent and excellent stewards of government funds. We will continue to be prudent with our expenditures and diligent about collecting revenues. We are level-headed decision makers, and there is no better plan. Thank you, the members of the 33rd Legislature, for your cooperation and willingness to work with us to find a viable solution beneficial to the people of the Virgin Islands, for vetting this transaction, recognizing the benefits to all residents, and providing your approval. Enormous thanks also to everyone who contributed in any way towards the construct and success of this transaction. Mr. President, this concludes our collective testimonies, and we remain available to answer any questions that you or the Committee of the Whole may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director O'Neill, and this concludes the testimony portion. Colleagues, we heard from Director Nathan Simmons, Mr. Richard Totora, Mr. Adam Lobert, and of course, just wrapping it up is Jennifer O'Neill. At this time, we'll go to a recess, and when we come back, we'll open up the floor for questions. The Committee of the Whole stand in recess at this time.
so sorry that I broke your heart to pieces.
Johnny, get Christmas coming. Mama, make your Johnny, get Christmas coming. And if you want to be merry, then grab a berry. And when you get the jitters, get cruise and bitters. Mama, make your Johnny, get Christmas coming. Mama, make your Johnny, get Christmas coming. Christmas coming, New Year coming. Christmas coming, New Year coming. Mama, 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 Christmas coming. Mama, 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 Christmas coming. And if you want to be merry, drink Baba. I want to get in the jitters, drink Kush and bitters. Mama, make your Johnny, get Christmas coming. Mama, make your Johnny, get New Year coming. Christmas coming, New Year coming. Christmas coming, New Year coming. So Mama, make your Johnny, get Christmas coming. Mama, make your Johnny, get New Year coming. And if you want to be merry, drink Guava berry. And when you get in the jitters, drink Kush and bitters.
We are out of recess at this time. Majority Leader, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to my colleagues and the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. President, I move to reorder today's agenda and allot debate time and to separate the agenda into blocks. Block number 1 will consist of 12 bills, which are all resolutions, beginning with Bill number 33.0150, Bill number 33.0233, Bill number 33.0247, Bill number 33.0285, Bill number 33.0312, Bill number 33.0345, Bill number 33.0352, Bill number 33.0426, Bill number 33.0427, Bill number 33.0430, Bill number 33.0431, and Bill number 33.0440. That's block number 1, and the debate time will be waived for that first block. Block number 2 will begin with the coastal zone management permits and coastal zone management variance. Begin with Bill number 33.0461, Bill number 33.0464, Bill number 33.0465, Bill number 33.0466, Bill number 33.0447, and Bill number 33.0468. And a 2-minute debate time will be allotted for that block. That's block number 2. Block number 3 will begin with the consideration of bills. In this block, we have 3 bills thus far, which will begin with Bill number 33-0300. That's Bill number 33.0300. Next will be Bill number 33.0463. And Bill number 33.0226 will be moved to the last block for non-germane amendments. That's Bill number 33.0266. And Mr. President, I also move to waive Rule 603 for all special orders that's going to be moved to come on today's agenda. I so move. I said 603. 603, I'm sorry. 603, Mr. President, I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Barnes, Degazan, James Benta. Hearing no objection, and Jackson, so ordered. Madam Clerk, please call up the measures in block number 1.
Block number 1, consideration of resolutions. Bill number 33.0150, an act posthumously honoring and commending Manasseh Francis for his significant entrepreneurship and service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 33.0233, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Randolph Jr. Donovan and Mr. Kashif D.J. General Country Hamilton for the heroism in saving the life of a cruise passenger at the West Indian Company dock. Bill number 33.0247, a resolution honoring and commending Wallace D. Williams for his years of extensive work and service as a librarian and his accomplishments as an Olympic athlete representing the U.S. Virgin Islands in multiple competitions. Bill number 33.0285, an act honoring and commending Noel Breeze-Boyne Sr. for his service to the community of St. John and naming the car ferry dock in St. Thomas the Noel Breeze-Boyne Sr. Car Ferry Dock. Bill number 33.0312, a resolution honoring and commending Janet Valencia Prince Soto for her contributions to the St. Croix community through her years of educating and mentoring others in the field of cosmetology and her entrepreneurship in the same field. Bill number 33.0345, an act honoring and commending Judy M. Gomez Esquire for her contributions to the Virgin Islands community, especially the children of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 33.0352, a resolution honoring and commending Charles Lambert Alvarez Christian for his dedication and accomplishments in the field of martial arts and the Virgin Islands community. Bill number 33-0426, a resolution recognizing the 100th year anniversary of the Senate cattle. Bill number 33-0427, an act recognizing and honoring the late Mrs. Dorothy Lockhart Elsko for her vast contributions to the preservation of the arts and culture of the Virgin Islands by renaming Raccoon Hill the Dorothy C. Lockhart Elsko Drive and making a $15,000 appropriation from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund for associated 30, a resolution posthumously honoring and commending the late Reverend Vincent Hoover Adams Gordon Sr., D.D., for his outstanding contributions to the Virgin Islands community. Bill number 33-0431, a resolution honoring and commending Rashawn Ross for his outstanding achievements and contributions in the field of music. And finally, Bill number 33-0440, a resolution commemorating the 100-year anniversary of the Charlotte O'Malley High School on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from 1920 to 2020. This concludes the reading of the resolutions, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All of these measures have been heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, Culture, Historic Preservation, and Aging, and further vetted in the Rules and Judiciary Committee. And we'll call up each of the bills individually for a vote at this time. Madam Clerk, you could start with the first bill.
Bill number 33-0150, an act posthumously honoring and commending Manasseh Francis for his significant entrepreneurship and service to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill 33-0150.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Viola? Senator Viola, yes. Mr. President?
Madam Clerk, please record Senator Fred Gregory's vote as yes.
Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0150, an act posthumously honoring and commending Manasseh Francis for his significant entrepreneurship and service to the people of the Virgin Islands have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 33-0233, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Randolph Jr. Donovan and Mr. Kashif D.J. General Country Hamilton for the heroism in saving the life of a cruise passenger at the West Indian Company dock.
Roll call on Bill 33-0233.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Yes. Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Yes. Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Vele? Senator Vele, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0233, a resolution honoring and commending Mr. Randolph Jr. Donovan and Mr. Kashif DJ General Country Hamilton for their heroism in saving the life of a cruise ship passenger at the West Indian Company dock have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 33-0247, a resolution honoring and commending Wallace D. Williams for his years of extensive work and service as a librarian and his accomplishments as an Olympic athlete, representing the U.S. Virgin Islands in multiple competitions.
Roll call on Bill 33-0247.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Vele? Senator Vele, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0247, a resolution honoring and commending Wallace D. Williams for his years of extensive work and service as a librarian and his accomplishments as an Olympic athlete representing the U.S. Virgin Islands in multiple competitions have been approved by this body and was sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 33-0285, an act honoring and commending Noel Breeze Boyne Sr. for his service to the community of St. John and naming the car ferry dock in St. Thomas the Noel Breeze Boyne Sr. Car Ferry Dock.
Roll call on Bill 33-0285.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Vele? Senator Vele, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0285, an act honoring and commending Noel Breeze Boyne Sr. for his service to this community of St. John and naming the car ferry dock in St. Thomas the Noel Breeze Boyne Sr. Car ferry dock have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 33-0312, a resolution honoring and commending Janet Valencia Prince Soto for her contributions to the St. Croix community through her years of educating and mentoring others in the field of cosmetology and her entrepreneurship in the same field.
Roll call on Bill 33-0312.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 13 yes, 2 absent.
Please record Senator Fred Gregory's vote as yea.
Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0312, a resolution honoring and commending Janet Valencia Prince Soto for her contributions to the Sinquoi community through her years of educating and mentoring others in the field of cosmetology, and her entrepreneurship in the same field have been approved by this body. I will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on today's agenda.
Bill number 33-0345, an act honoring and commending Judy M. Gomez Esquire for her contributions to the Virgin Islands community, especially the children of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill 33-0345.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0345, an act honoring and commending Judy M. Gomez Esquire for her contribution to the Virgin Islands community, especially the children of the Virgin Islands, have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0352, a resolution honoring and commending Charles Lambert Alvarez Christian for his dedication and accomplishments in the field of martial arts and the Virgin Islands community.
Roll call on Bill 33-0352.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden?
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr., Senator James Sr., Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr., Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru, Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas, Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville, Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0352, a resolution honoring and commending Charles Lambert Alvarez Christian for his dedication and accomplishments in the field of martial arts, and the Virgin Islands community have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 33-0426, a resolution recognizing the 100th year anniversary of the Senegal cattle.
Roll call on Bill 33-0426.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins? Oh. Oh, Lord, what is he? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0426, a resolution recognizing the 100th year anniversary of the Senegal cattle have been approved by this body. I will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 33-0427, an act recognizing and honoring the late Mrs. Dorothy Lockhart Elsko for her vast contributions to the preservation of the arts and culture of the Virgin Islands by renaming Rappoon Hill the Dorothy C. Lockhart Elsko Drive and making a $15,000 appropriation from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund for associated costs.
Roll call on Bill 33-0427.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0427, an act recognizing and honoring the late Mrs. Dorothy Lockhart Elsko for her vast contribution to the preservation of the arts and culture of the Virgin Islands by renaming the Rappoon Hill the Dorothy's Lockhart Elsko Drive and making a $15,000 appropriation from the St. John Capital Improvement Fund. The St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund for associated costs has been approved by this body and was sent to the governor for further consideration and action. St. Thomas Capital Improvement Fund. Roll call on the next item on the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Bill number 33-0430, a resolution posthumously honoring and commending the late Reverend Vincent Hoover Adams Gordon Sr., D.D., for his outstanding contributions to the Virgin Islands community.
Roll call on Bill 33-0430.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 33-0430, a resolution posthumously honoring and commending the late Reverend Vincent Hoover Adams Gordon, Sr., D.D., for his outstanding contribution to the Virgin Islands community have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0431, a resolution honoring and commending Rashawn Ross for his outstanding achievements and contributions in the field of music.
Roll call on Bill 33-0431.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Senator Degazan, absent. Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0431, a resolution honoring and commending Rashawn Ross for his outstanding achievements and contribution in the field of music have been approved by this body. I'll be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0440, a resolution commemorating the 100-year anniversary of the Charlotte Amalie High School on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from 1920 to 2020.
Roll call on Bill number 33-0440.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yes.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 14 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0440, a resolution commemorating the 100th year anniversary of the Charlotte Amalia High School of St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 1920 to 2020, have been approved by this body. I will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. That concludes block number 1. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Consideration of coastal zone management permits. Bill number 33-0461, an act ratifying the governor's approval of minor coastal zone permit number CZT-46-19W by the St. Thomas Committee of the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission. Consideration of zoning applications. Bill number 33-0464, an act to rezone plot number 1, AEA, Estate Diamond, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B3 business scattered. Bill number 33-0465, an act granting zoning use variance for parcel number 5-0 Estate Pasture, number 5 Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow for an automobile motor tune-up and repair work and warehouse and storage services. Bill number 33-0466, an act granting the zoning use variance for parcel number 14, Remainder Estate Carolina, number 1 Coral Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to allow for an animal care center, kennels for dogs and cats, not to exceed 20 and 19 respectively, veterinarian's offices, classroom and for outreach, training, meetings, 1 bedroom, employee housing unit, children's playground, and walking trail. Bill number 33-0447, an act approving the conveyance of parcels number EF and 163-B, subbase number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, also known as the Old Wappa Administration Building, from the Virgin Islands Port Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Bill number 33-0468, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-18 for the island of St. Croix for plot number 39A, Prince Street, Frederickset, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from R-4 residential medium density to B3 business scattered. That concludes the reading of the block number 2.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Ville, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I waive debate time on block number 2. I so move. I move to waive debate time on block number 2. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Ville, seconded by Senator Degazan, Senator James, Senator Blyden, Senator Jackson. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
We need to save time for the argument part.
Madam Clerk, please call up the first item in block number 2.
Bill number 30. Bill number 33-0461, an act ratifying the governor's approval of minor coastal zone permit number CZT-46-19W by the St. Thomas Committee of the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission.
Roll call on Bill 33-0461.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes not voting. Senator Benta? Senator Benta not voting. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden? Yeah. Senator Digazan? Senator Digazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator BLA? Senator BLA, yeah. Mr. President, 12.
Please record Senator Benta's vote as yes, and Senator Barnes as yes as well. Tally, please.
Mr. President, we have 14 yeas and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0461, an act ratifying the governor's approval of minor coastal zone permit number CZT-46-19W by the St. Thomas Committee of the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management Commission have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0464, an act to rezone plot number 1 AEA, Estate Diamond, Queens Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to B3 basin scattered.
Roll call on Bill 33-0464.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yeah. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yeah. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yeah. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Viale? Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, we have 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0464, an act to rezone plot number 1 AEA, Estate Diamond, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands from R2, residential low density 1 and 2 family to B3, business scattered have been approved by this body. I'll be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on block number 2.
Bill number 33-0465, an act granting zoning use variance for parcel number 5-0 Estate Pastory, number 5 Cruiseway Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow for an automobile, motor tune-up and repair work and warehouse and storage services.
Roll call on Bill 33-0465.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yeah. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yeah. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Senior, yea. Senator Payne Senior. Senator Payne Senior, yea. Senator Saru. Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas. Senator Thomas, yea. Senator Viola. Senator Viola, yea. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0465, an act granting zoning use variance for parcels number 5-0 Estate Pastory, number 5 Cruise Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to allow for an automobile motor tune-up and repair work and warehouse and storage services have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0466, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcel number 14, remainder, Estate Carolina, number 1, Coral Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to allow for an animal care center, kennels for dogs and cats not to exceed 20 and 19 respectively, veterinarian's offices, classroom for outreach, training, meetings, 1-bedroom employee housing unit, children's playground, and walking trail.
Roll call on Bill 33-0466.
Senator Barnes? No. Senator Barnes, no. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, not voting. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, no. Senator DeGazan? No. Senator DeGazan, no. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory not voting. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr. not voting. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson not voting. Senator James Senior? Senator James Senior, yeah. Senator Payne Senior? No? No. Senator Payne Senior, no. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Viola? Senator Viola, yeah. Mr. President, you have 6 yeas.
Please, Madam Clerk, please record Senator Benta's vote as yes. Please record Senator Hodge's vote to no. Or change Senator Hodge's vote to no. Please record Senator Jackson's vote to no. Tally.
Mr. President, we have 7 yeas, 6 nays, 1 absent, and 1 not voting.
Very well, the measure carries. And the governor will be so notified. Bill number 33-0466, an act granting a zoning use variance for parcels number 14, remainder Estate Carolina, number 1, Coral Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, from R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family to allow for an animal care center, kennels for dogs and cats not to exceed 20 and 19 respectively, and a veterinary office, classroom for outreach, training, meetings, 1-bedroom for employee housing unit, children's playground, and walking trail have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0447, an act approving the conveyance of parcels number E, F, and 163B, subbase number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, also known as the Old WAPA Administration Building, from the Virgin Islands Port Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Roll call on Bill 33-0447.
Senator Barnes? No. Senator Barnes, no. Senator Benter? Senator Benter, yeah. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, no. Not voting. Senator DeGraff? Not voting. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory not voting. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Payne Sr.? Not voting. Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Vielle? Senator Vielle, yeah.
Please record change Senator DeGazan's vote to no. Please record Senator DeGraff's vote as yes. Senator Fred Gregory? You stay? Okay. Please record Senator Payne's vote to no. Tally.
Mr. President, we have 10 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent, and 1 not voting.
Very well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0447, an act approving the conveyance of parcels number EF and 163B, sub-base number 6, outside quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, also known as the old Whopper Administration Building, from the Virgin Islands Port Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, have been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda for block number 2.
Bill number 33-0468, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-18 for the island of St. Croix for plot number 39A, Prince Street, Frederiksted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, from R4, residential medium density, to B3, business scattered.
Roll call on bill number 33-0468.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yeah. Senator Benter? Senator Benter, yeah. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yeah. Senator Saru is absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Vielle? Senator Vielle, yeah. Mr. President, 14 years, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0468, an act amending official zoning map number SCZ-18 for the island of St. Croix for plot number 39A, Prince Street, Frederiksted, St. Croix, Virgin Islands from R4 residential medium density to B3 business can have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, I think that there was an item overlooked on this particular block, bill number 33-0469. Would you please call up that item at this time?
Yes, Mr. President. Bill number 33-0469, an act ratifying the governor's approval of major coastal zone permit number CZX-17W, Leica Holding Corporation. The subject permit authorizes the continued use and occupancy of the marina, which consists of a bulkhead embayment with a small finger pier and boat ramp on the western end.
Roll call on bill 33-0469.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes? Senator not voting? Senator Benter? Senator Benter, yeah. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yeah. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Viale? Senator Viale, yeah.
Please record Senator Barnes' vote as no. Tally.
Mr. President, 13 years, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0469, an act ratifying the governor's approval of major coastal zone permit number CZX-17W, Leica Holding Corporation. The subject permit authorizes the continued use and occupancy of the marina, which consists of a bulkhead embayment with a small finger pier and boat ramp on the western end, have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. That completes block number 2. At this time, the session will stand in recess.
digitals, drink cruise and bitters. Mama, make your Johnny get Christmas coming. Mama, make your Johnny get Christmas coming. And if you want to be merry, drink Baba Terry. And when you get the digitals, drink cruise and bitters. Christmas coming, New Year coming. So Mama, beg your Johnny, get Christmas coming. Mama, beg your Johnny, get New Year coming. And if you want to be merry, drink guava berry. And when you get in the jettas, drink cruise and bitters.
Johnny, get Christmas coming. Mama, make no Johnny, get Christmas coming. And if you want to be merry, then grab a berry. And when you're getting the kittens, then goose and pigeons.
Good afternoon. We're out of recess. Today is December 30th, 2020, and this is the legislative session. At this time, we have been able to complete Block 1 and Block 2 of the comprehensive legislative agenda for today. And at this time, I'd like to get the Madam Clerk to call up the items in Block number 3. Point of order. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for point of order. What rule was violated?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 33-0447. We voted on that bill as approving the subbase building. That's not actually bill number 33-0447. 33-0447 is a public nuisance bill, which I'm totally against. So I would like that bill reconsidered, brought back to the floor. We straighten it out, and then we can move forward with that. It is, because we vote on a bill that's not the actual bill. No, it's a point of
Very
order.
well, thank you. Thank you, Senator. That bill should actually have been 33-0467. So, yes, I'll get the majority leader to, I guess, for us to reconsider that bill and make sure that the proper number is read into the record to address that particular issue.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much
President.
for that. Again, it's written on the agenda as Bill 33-0447, and it's a typo. It should actually be 33-0467.
Thank you. We could have that.
So we can move for. Senator, you want to move for reconsideration of that measure?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bill number 33-0447 be reconsidered, brought back to the floor to be voted on, corrected to be bill 33-0647? 467. I so move.
Very well. Your motion to reconsider Bill 33-0447 has been moved by Senator DeGraff and seconded by Senator Jackson. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, please call up Bill number 33-0467 for consideration at this time.
Bill number 33-0467, an act approving the conveyance of parcels number E, F, and 163-B, subbase number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, also known as the Old Whopper Administration Building, from the Virgin Islands Port Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Roll call on Bill 33-0467.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, no. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, absent. Senator DeGazan? No. Senator DeGazan, no. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis?
Yea.
Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory not voting. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? No. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne? Senator Payne, no. Senator Sarro? Senator Sarro, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 9 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Let me get that tally again, please. 9 yeas, 3
3 nays, 2 absent, 1 not voting.
Very well. Thank you. Bill 33-033. 34-0467, an act approving the conveyance of parcels number E, F, and 163B, subbase number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, also known as the old WAPA Administration Building, from the Virgin Islands Port Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, have been approved by this body. Will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, for that catch. Again, it was a human error and a number that was called out of sequence. 33-0467. Madam Clerk, please proceed with calling up the items in block number 3.
Consideration of bills. Bill number 33-0300, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, by adding Section 305D to establish a numerical limitation on the licenses issued for gasoline stations to take effect in 5 years and to impose a 5-year territory-wide moratorium on the issuance of business licenses for gasoline stations. Bill number 33-0463, an act ratifying and approving the Second Amendment to the Agreement for Medical Health Insurance between the Government of the Virgin Islands through GESC Health Insurance Board of Trustees, the University of the Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and United Healthcare Insurance Company and its affiliates, dated January 1st, 2021. Bill number 33-0226, an act amending Title 1, Chapter 7 of the Virgin Islands Code to establish the official Madras of the Virgin Islands of the United States. This concludes the reading of block number 3, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, for the record and for the reporter, the issue of 33-0447 was not on today's agenda. It's nothing that's currently being considered. And in fact, the agenda item number should have been 33-0467. So that correction have been made based on reconsideration, and a vote have been taken in respect to Bill 33-0467. At this time, special order. Overrides. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Good afternoon to all. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to override the governor's, I'll say, message dated October 27th, where this body voted favorably, acted upon the transfer of property from the Water and Power Authority to the Virgin Islands, to the government of the VI, through property and procurement to be used by the Virgin Islands Police Department to build a state-of-the-art police station. We moved, if you remember, to a reconsideration, and at the time, I guess the governor's office couldn't find that tape, but we know we did, and I'm just moving for an override of the governor's message. I so move.
What was it, the bill number?
Excuse me, and that's bill number 33-0358 as amended. I so move.
Motion for override of Bill 33-0358 as amended have been made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Payne, Senator Benta. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden absent. Senator DeGazan? Yes. Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis?
Yeah.
Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Yes. Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Searle? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you very much. Bill, motion again for override. And we just need a simple majority. What's the tally, Madam Clerk? Please record Senator Blyden's vote as yes.
Senator Blyden, yes. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well. So the motion carries. At this time, we need a 2/3 or 10 votes for the purpose of the override. So roll call and the motion to override Bill 33-0358 as amended. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Yes. Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Yes. Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Yes. Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Yes. Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Yes. Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Yes. Senator Payne, yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Yes. Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Yes. Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you. The motion to override the governor's veto on Bill 33-0358, an act authorizing the transfer of government-owned real property located at number 51, Hannah's Rest, Frederickstead, St. Croix, owned by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to the Virgin Islands Police Department for the construction of a police station in Frederickstead, St. Croix, and for other related purposes as amended, have been overridden, and the governor will be so notified. Motion, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for the override of the governor's veto of Bill number 33-0269, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 13, Section 218, and Title 31, Chapters 23, 232, Sections 236, 236A, 239, and 251, as relating to the Department of Property and Procurement. I so move.
Motion for override on Bill 33-0246. Motion made by Senator Vielle, seconded by Senator James. Senator Blyden. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Yes. Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Yes. Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Yes. Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson absent. Senator Jackson not voting. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Yes. Senator Payne, yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, no. Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 12.
Please, Madam Clerk, please record Senator Jackson's vote as yes.
Mr. President, 12 years, 2 absent. I mean, 13 years, 2 absent.
Very well, thank you very much. Bill number 33-0269, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 13, Section 218, and Title 31, Chapters 23, 232, Sections 236, 236A, 239, and 251 as related to the Department of Property and Procurement have been overridden. The governor's veto have been overridden by this body, and the governor will be so notified. Senator Vela, you recognize for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill 33-0269 was previously passed by this body, sent to Government House, and based on the interpretation of parliamentary procedures, it was sent back down to the body, which in fact meant that it was vetoed. So this override literally passes this particular act that was passed by this body previously before. Thank you, Mr. President. The bill is property and procurement. This bill was sent down by Government House. Okay, it was sent down by Government House. It was a recommendation from the. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we voted initially for the for reconsider for the right. So now at this time, roll call on the override.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Vele? Senator Vele, yes. Mr. President, 13 years, 2 absent.
Very well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion again for overriding of Bill 33-0269, an act amending Virginia's Code Title 3, Chapter 13, Section 218, and Title 31, Chapters 23, 232, Sections 236, 236A, 239, and 251 as related to the Department of Property and Procurement have been overridden by this body and will be sent to the governor for further action. Motion, Senator Vele.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for override of Bill number 33-0343, an act to amend Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 243, to establish minimum criteria for members of the Virgin Islands Government and Health Facilities Corporation Board, decreasing the number of its members and increasing the stipend of its board members. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Vele on Bill 33-0343 for override, and seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator Benta. Senator James, roll call. And this just needs a simple majority.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Vele? Senator Vele, yes. Mr. President, 13 years, 2 absent.
Very well. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. The measure carries. Now roll call and to override, and that requires a vote of 10 or more, 2/3. Roll call and the motion to override.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 13 years, 2 absent.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0343, an act to amend Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section for members of the Virgin Islands Government and Health Facilities Cooperation Board, decreasing the number of its members and increasing the stipend of its board members have been overridden by this body and will be sent to the governor for further action. Motion, anyone else? Special orders? No more overrides. One more override. Senator Vieira recognized for override.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move for the override of Bill number 33-0348, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Subchapter 1, relating to licensing of medical professionals to provide for a 2-year licensure period, amending Subchapter 2B to repeal provisions that appear in Subchapter 1 and provisions that have become obsolete, and amending Subchapter 2B, Section 50I, to allow physician assistants to prescribe, dispense, and administer Schedule 2 through 5 narcotic drugs and non-narcotic drugs to the extent delegated by a physician. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Vieira for override and seconded by Senator James and Senator Payne. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? No. Senator Barnes, no. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan not voting. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Francis?
Yay.
Senator Francis, yea. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins not voting. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 2 nays, 2 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you. Very much. At this time, we'll do a roll call on the motion for override.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes not voting. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan not voting. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 1 nay, 2 absent, 2 not voting.
Thank you very much. Bill number 33-0348, an override, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Subchapter 1, relating to the licensing of medical professionals to provide for a 2-year licensure period, amending subchapter 11B to repeal provisions that appeared in subchapter 1 and provisions that have become obsolete, and amending subchapter, I think that's 2B, sections 50I, allowing physician's assistant to prescribe, dispense, and administer Schedule 2 through 5 narcotic drugs and non-narcotic drugs to the extent delegated by a physician have been overridden, and the governor will be so notified. Motion, Senator James, you recognize. Please recognize the mic of Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move for an override of the governor's veto on Bill number 33-0112, an act appropriating all revenues derived from the Virgin Islands Police Department collection of fees for initial and renewal firearms and ammunition license to the St. Croix Career and Technical Educational Center. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator James, seconded by Senator Vielle, Senator Barnes, Senator Payne, Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Yes. Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Motion carries at this time. Roll call on the motion to override.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis?
Yeah.
Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0112, an act appropriating all of the revenue derived from the fees for initial and renewal firearms and ammunition license upon enactment of this Act 2, October 1, 2030, to the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Centers, Amendment 23 VIC, Sections 483, relating to the disposition of fees collected in the regulation of firearms, and to change the fund into which the fees are deposited from the general fund to the Virgin Islands Education Initiative Fund, and providing for other related purposes, have been overridden by this body and will be sent to the governor for further action and enactment. Motion, Senator Jackson.
You have more, Barry? Okay. Mr. President, I move to special order Bill number 330126, an act amending Title 3, Chapter 1 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new Section 27I establishing the Virgin Islands Office of Gun Violence Prevention under the Office of the Governor. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Jackson, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Roll call. And Payne. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, no. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins not voting. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Several? Senator Several absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas absent. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, no. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 2 nays, 2 absent, 1 not voting.
Please record Senator Gittins' vote as no.
Senator Gittins, no. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent.
No. Say that number again.
11 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent.
No.
11. Oh, sorry, no, wait.
Madam, check your tally.
Yes, I'm sorry. 10 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent.
Very well. Sounds a little bit better. Very well. The motion carries, and Bill 33-0126 will be added to block number 3 as an item on the agenda in block number 3. And that's Bill 33-0126, an act amended Title 3, Chapter 1 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new section 27I, establishing the Virgin Islands Office of Gun Violence Prevention under the Office of the Governor. Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon to all. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to Special Order Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, St. Croix, for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Juan Francisco Luis Hospital and Medical Center and providing for the funding of the purchase. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Benta. Senator James. Roll call. Oh, hearing no objection? No objections to ordered. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to add BR number 190430 to today's agenda and receive a bill number, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 608C, relating to the issuance of a permit for the location of hazardous chemicals or activities not less than 1,000 feet of a residential dwelling. I so move.
Senator Blyden, that's the message that has been heard in a committee of jurisdiction?
Of course, twice. We passed it unanimously twice, but it was caught up in the Christmas tree bill. So I brought it back as a bill and not an amendment because I don't want to be caught up again.
Okay, what's the bill number?
It's a BR number 19-0430. I'm requesting a bill number. This bill have been passed from since MAP time.
Yeah.
And he vetoed it because of the sprung shelter in St. Croix with the Arc-like deal. So it was heard in committee back then, was passed unanimously also. They say none has been 3 years now. 3 years.
We'll need to take a recess. We stand in recess. We're out of recess at this time. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to add BR 190430 and have it receive a bill number, which is an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 608C, relating to the issuance of a permit for the location of hazardous chemicals or activities not less than 1,000 feet of a residential dwelling. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Barnes, Senator James. Hearing no objection, legal counsel. Yeah, bill number. Point of order, Senator Vielle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through the chair to legal counsel, does Rule 607 also need to be waived in order to special order this bill? We only waive Rule 603, but Rule 607 deals with the floor agenda and should also be waived before any bills are special ordered to the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a point of order. Rule 607 has not been waived, therefore we can't be making special orders to the agenda. We have not waived Rule 607.
Legal counsel, please come to the floor.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Vielle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to waive Rule 607, which deals with the floor agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Vielle. So we're waiting for legal counsel to come on the floor to address the other issue and give them the number. However, there's a motion to waive. Motion properly made by Senator Vielle, seconded by, what was that? You will amend the motion. Senator Gittins, you recognize for amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to amend the motion by waiving the entire Chapter 6 of the legislature rules. I so move.
At this time, we'll take a recess while we get legal counsel to come to the floor to respond to these inquiries. Session stand in recess. Legal counsel, please come to the floor. We're out at recess. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your motion. Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I withdraw my motion to amend the last motion. Thank you.
Very well, thank you, Senator Gittins. We acknowledge your withdrawal. At this time, Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to withdraw my motion to move my BR. I so move. Thank you.
Very well. There's currently no motion to be considered. At this time, we get legal counsel to come forward and then we'll address that matter subsequently. Any other motions for special order?
Yes, special order.
Yes.
All right,
Senator
thank you,
Hodge, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to special order bill number 330128, a resolution honoring and commending Ms. Deanna Elise Rogers for her standing civil contributions on public service and for being the first post-auditor of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. I so move, and to be amended.
Motion properly made by Senator Hodge, seconded by Senator James. Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objections. What do you have a bill number right now? Please recognize the mic of Senator Hodge.
330128, Mr. President.
Very well.
Thank you.
All right, the item will be added to the agenda in block number 3.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Hodge.
I move to special order to the floor BR number 20-1187 to amend Title 19, Chapter 34 of the Virgin Islands Code to expand the legalization of medicinal cannabis. Have it assigned a bill number if it hasn't already been assigned one. Correction. I would like to restate my motion, Mr. President.
You recognize to restate.
Yeah, thank you. I move to waive Rule 601G and H as they pertain to authorship and preemption and special order BR 20-1187, assign it a bill number, and place it as an item on the last block of today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Hodge, objected to by Senator Gittins and Senator VLA, seconded by Senator James and Senator Degazan. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, no. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, no. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sarro? Senator Sarro, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, no. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 4 nays, 1 absent.
Very well, thank you. The motion carries. At this time, legal counsel, please assign a number to BR 20-1187. BR number 20-1187. Next BR number, please. Bill number.
The next bill number, Mr. President, is 33-0470.
Very well, this item will be added to the agenda in block number 3. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. President. The previous motion was to waive preemption and add the bill to the floor, waiving in the same motion. Is what was done?
That's correct, sir.
So you
Yes.
could waive preemption and waive
And
the
add the
rules
bill and
at the
yes.
same time?
Yes.
Okay, I was just making sure of that. Okay, so motion.
Senator DeGraff, you recognized for your motion. You completed, Senator Hodge? That's it for you, right? Senator DeGraff, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move bill number 33-0444, a resolution to recognize the 50th anniversary of the PT Pump Room, a locally owned and operated business, be added to Block 3 in today's agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Jackson and Senator Benta, Senator Thomas. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, please record this Bill 33-047, 33-0444 will be added to block number 3. Motion, Senator Jackson.
You go ahead. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the special order to the floor, Bill number 33-0454, an act recognizing the musical talents and contribution of Maestro Gilchrist Sproul, and amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, by adding Section 104A to the musical composition Valiant Virgin Isles as the centennial anthem of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Jackson, seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator James. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, please add Bill number 33-0454 to block number 3 on today's agenda. Motion, Senator Degazan.
Mr. President, I move to special order Bill number 33-096, an act repealing Title 33, Chapter 115, Subchapter 5, I think that is, 5E, of the Virgin Islands Code and replacing it with a new chapter creating the Virgin Islands Government Prompt Payment Act. To be added to today's session agenda, I so move.
Motion made by Senator Degazan, seconded by Senator James. Senator Payne, hearing no objection, so ordered. Bill 33-0096 will be added to block number 3 on today's agenda.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Degazan.
Mr. President, I move to special order Bill number 33-0293, an act amending Title 7, VI Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, Section 207, to add the commissioners of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Department of Health to the Virgin Islands Industrial Hemp Commission. To today's agenda, I so move.
Motion made by Senator Degazan, seconded by Senator James and Senator Jackson. Hearing no objection, Bill 33-0293 will be added to today's agenda in block number 3. Motion, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. President, I move to special order Bill number 33-0361, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 486, relating to penalties for knowledge of sexual abuse of a minor, to increase the fines and mandate counseling in addition to imprisonment or a fine. To today's agenda, I so move.
Motion made by Senator James, seconded by Senator Payne. Senator Barnes, Senator DeGraff, Senator Jackson. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Bill number 33-0361 will be added to today's agenda in block number 3. Any other motions? Hearing no other motions. Senator Payne, you recognize your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to Special Order BR 20-1433, an act granting a reduction in the payment of gross receipt taxes to 1% on the businesses' gross receipts for St. John Car Ferry businesses for 5 years, and have legal counsel give it a bill number and place on the agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Payne, seconded by Senator Thomas, Hodge, Jackson, objected to by Senator VLA. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes not voting. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator De Gazan? Senator De Gazan not voting. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis?
No.
Senator Francis, no. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, no. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, no. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, no.
Please record Senator Blyden's vote as it's a change, or you recorded? Please record Senator Blyden's vote as no.
You have to change it. Mr. President, 7 yeas, 5 nays, 1 absent, 2 not voting.
Very well, the measure carries. Madam Legal Counsel, please assign a next bill number.
The next bill number, Mr. President, would be 33-0471.
And this bill 33-0471 will be added to today's agenda and block number 3. Senator Benta, you recognize for a motion?
Mr. President, I move to move the Special Order Bill 33-0456, a resolution honoring and commending Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights of their 50th anniversary of the band and the band contribution in preservation of the Virgin Islands culture, musical, and dance heritage. I so move.
Motion properly moved by Senator Benta, seconded by Senator James. Senator Jackson, hearing no objection, so ordered. Bill 33-0456 will be added to today's agenda in block number 3. Any other motions? Legal is ready. So Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I move my BR 19-0430 to the floor to be given a bill number, it was stated that I needed to have also rule number 607 in addition to 603 mentioned in my motion, but we needed to have clarification from legal. So legal is here right now to give us the clarification on that issue.
Just make a motion.
Okay, Mr. President, I move that beyond number 19-0430 be given a bill number and placed on today's agenda, which is an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 608C, relating to the issuance of a permit for the location of hazardous chemicals or Mr. President, I apologize. I could not see this copy. It's not clear. Can I restate, please?
You may, Senator. You recognize.
Thank you. I move that BR number 19-0430, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 608C, relating to the issuance of a permit for the location of hazardous chemicals or activities not less than 1,000 feet of a residential dwelling. I so move.
Be added. You want it? Given a bill number and added to this bill. Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator James. Hearing no objection, legal counsel, what's the next bill number?
Mr. President, the next bill number is 33-0472.
Very well, this bill number 33-0472 will be added to today's agenda in block number 3. That concludes the special orders. We'll take a short 2 minutes recess, and then we'll come back. We'll call up these measures to be acted upon in block number 3. Session stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess at this time. Madam Clerk, please call up the final block in today's agenda, block number 3.
Bill number 33-0300, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, by adding Section 305D to establish a numerical limitation on the licenses issued for gasoline stations to take effect in 5 years and to impose a 5-year territory-wide moratorium on the issuance of business licenses for gasoline stations. Bill number 33-0463, an act ratifying and approving the Second Amendment to the agreement for the medical health insurance between the government of the Virgin Islands through GESC Health Insurance Board of Trustees, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and United Healthcare Insurance Inc., United Healthcare Insurance Company and its affiliates, dated January 1st, 2021. That's right. Bill number 33-0126, an act amending Title 3, Chapter 1 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new Section 27I, establishing the Virgin Islands Office of Gun Violence Prevention under the Office of the Governor. Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facility Corporation to make an offer to purchase plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, St. Croix, for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Luang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and providing for the funding of the purchase. Bill number 33-0128, a resolution honoring and commending Ms. Dina Elise Rogers for her outstanding civil contribution and public service and for being the first post-auditor of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 33-0444, a resolution to recognize the 50th anniversary of the Petite Pump Room, a locally owned and operated business. Bill number 33-0454, an act recognizing the musical talents and contribution of Maestro Gilchrist Sproul and amending Title 1, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, by adding Section 104A to the musical composition Valiant Virgin Isles as the centennial anthem of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 33-096, an act repealing Title 33, Chapter 115, Subchapter 4 of the Virgin Islands Code and replacing it with a new Subchapter 4, creating the Virgin Islands Government Prompt Payment Act. Bill number 33-0293, an act amending Title 7, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, Section 207, to add the Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Department of Health to the Virgin Islands Industrial Hemp Commission. Bill number 33-0361, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 486, relating to penalties for knowledge of sexual abuse of a minor to increase the fines and mandate counseling in addition to imprisonment or fine. Bill number 33-0471, an act granting the reduction in the payment of gross receipt tax to 1% on the business's gross receipt for the St. John Car Ferry businesses for 5 years. Bill number 33-0456, a resolution honoring and commending Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights on their 50th anniversary of the band and the band's contribution in the preservation of Virgin Islands culture, musical, and dance heritage. An act amending Title 19, Chapter 34 of the Virgin Islands Code to expand the legalization of medicinal cannabis. Bill number 33-0226, an act amending Title 1, Chapter 7 of the Virgin Islands Code to establish the official Madras of the Virgin Islands of the United States. This concludes the reading, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, there you have it, colleagues, and there's a 3-minute debate time on block number 3. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I get a copy of the new agenda to follow?
It's being worked on. It's being worked on, Senator.
Thank you.
It'll be up shortly. It's being
Thank
worked
you.
on. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I really needed to get the agenda myself because there's a whole lot that happened here this afternoon, but I'm going to try my best to stay in tune with what's happening. Most definitely, I rise in support of most of the bills in this particular block. Most definitely, the bill number 33, that's 0463, to support the retirees and their insurance. This bill, if passed, will help 82% of the retirees will pay less. Those that are 65 and over, of course, pay less under the new insurance plan compared to what they're paying today. And 87% will have access to additional benefits under this plan. So I most definitely support this measure. I am having a hard time with bill number 33, that's 0126. This is a gun violence bill. And it's not because I am not in support of us ensuring that we eliminate gun violence in the territory, but it's because I believe that this particular measure basically helps us to kick the can down the road. When are we going to hold our government departments and agencies accountable? We have the Department of Health, the Department of Education, the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, VIPD, we have Department of Justice, all of Department of Human Services. All of these entities should be coming together to address the issues that we have with gun violence in the territory. We have yet to hear that that has occurred, but we are establishing a gun violence office here in the Virgin Islands. I know that it will pass today, and I pray that it works out for the people of the Virgin Islands. But we must address our social and economic issues here in the territory. I don't know that an office can do that for us, but I pray that this works out for the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 33, that's 0471. And I said today I'm going to vote my conscience as I move forward. This bill is with regards to the St. John Car Ferry businesses. I am all in support of small businesses. However, we are asking to reduce the gross receipt taxes to these particular businesses for 5 years to 1%.
30 seconds.
We don't even have the financials. We don't know what their true picture is. We don't know what their true situation is. Yes, we are in the height of COVID, and yes, many of our businesses have seen a drastic reduction in their bottom line as a result of COVID-19 and the hurricanes of 2017. But we should be responsible leaders and ensure that we see all of the documentation. This matter should be heard in committee and not brought here this afternoon in the way it was brought.
Time.
Bill number 0470. The cannabis legislation. Mr. President, may I wrap up? 0470, this particular piece of legislation has been talked about as long as I have been a member of the 33rd legislature. And I've seen Caribbean countries leave us behind. I've seen US states leave us behind. And I know that there are a number of challenges around moving this legislation today, but I believe it's time. And moving this legislation would allow us to start to work. If there are issues that require amendments, then many of us here are moving to the 34th legislature. Then we bring the necessary amendments and clean it up. But we have to move. We did not support the securitization. A portion of this is to go towards supporting our economy. We must begin to address the issues that are important to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm not necessarily a proponent of cannabis, but there's sometimes that, we got to dig our heels in and do what we have to do. And we have to stand up and be counted. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator DeGraff, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to also get my agenda so I could have gone through. I'll come back to that.
Senator, you prefer to be
Yeah.
skipped and then come back to because
No,
they're working on the agenda.
I'm going to go ahead because I don't say, you don't know how I don't want to hold
In
up the
essence
show.
of time, yes, sir.
I want to start off with saying thank you. Thank you to the people of the territory for supporting my colleagues for the 33rd legislature and who are going on into the 34th. It's been an honor of mine to work with my colleagues in the 33rd. Thank you to this branch of government, the legislative branch of government, and to the employees of the legislature. I ain't gonna call no particular area or name. Thank you to all of you. Again, another 2 years, you've done a boss job. Top of the line. Thank you. You know, it's been a rough 2 years, but the show must go on. One thing that I don't like about we refer to as a lame duck session. Things slide by, people label us. You know, we had a typo today, we voted on a typo bill, and again, it could cause major problems. So it's for us to check the bill on the gun violence. Yes, we could talk what we talk about. Black Lives Matter, Mr. George Floyd, may he rest in peace. But in the Virgin Islands, 40 plus young people of our territory gunned down, killed. The police department doing their best. The people I hope are giving out information. But we can't continue to let that go down the road. A lot of us here have young children. I got 6 grandchildren. I want to look out for my grandchildren. We got to look out for each other's children. We can't have them out here killing each other and we just, oh, this department's supposed to deal with it, that department's supposed to deal with it. Let's put our foot down. Gun violence is serious in our territory.
1 minute.
We can't forget everything else and say, hey, turn a blind eye to it. So let's not do it. And Bill 33-0463, the act to ratify and approve the Second Amendment agreement for the medical health insurance for the seniors. Again, I support that bill wholeheartedly down because of the great things that I've seen in
30
reading
seconds.
all the documentation. So again, I bid a happy new year, prosperous new year. I bid to my colleagues who have to travel back to St. Croix that you get home safely. And I am honored to have served with you, and I'm honored to be a part of the 33rd legislature and moving on to the 34th legislature. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Thomas, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. End of the year, end of the term, we're trying to rush, do all kind of stuff. We may make mistakes. Even when we take our time and do things spot on, we still make mistakes. So I am pleading to those of you who will be here in the 34th, let's try to make sure you all give yourselves the right amount of time to do the work for the people. What happens when we have a period of no debate? You lose legislative intent, even on a resolution, because you deny each other the opportunity to comment on whatever the matter is. 15 of us are here, 15 of us elected, 15 should comment on everything. The no debate thing could be problematic. But since we're moving forward, I want to rise in support for probably all of the measures, but I'm going to backtrack and mention that no debate time was given for the zonings, but I want to point out how we strive individually and collectively to make sure we help small businesses. And a lot of that was done in the zoning applications. In the resolutions, Great Virgin Islanders were being paid commendations and being honored, but it's going to go unsaid. People like former Senator Judy Gomez, who not hundreds, thousands of children had benefited from her dedication and commitment to the community, that is going to be unsaid. There's a lot more that will go through that may have been commented on in committee, but it's not going to be
the final word of the colleagues. Of the measures that we will be considering today, gas stations in the Virgin Islands, we coming at it hard. 33-0300 and 33-0472. We're trying to do the right thing by the community. Okay? Gun violence. My colleague has spoke before me. We all suffer from this in the community. We all. But again, unless it's a perfect document, we are going to have reservations. We have 33-0471. Talk about an entity. The car ferries. Probably not so much a big deal in the Big Island district, but it is the lifeblood of the St. Johnians. It is how business, commerce, everything happens. This is one of the few remaining industries in the territory that was started by Virgin Islanders, continued. They suffer, and they continue to suffer, and they're asking for a little help in many, many areas, and they're getting none. They're getting more licks than any kind of assistance.
30 seconds.
Again, with the rush through, lots to be said, but let me say this. I'm not too sure there may be time for the point of personal privilege, but I'm going to take the 30 seconds, and I want to thank the people of the Virgin Islands for giving me the honor to serve this community as a representative. And just like when your mother give you them licks for doing something wrong, you take them and you say, I gotta do better. I accept the licks that I receive.
Time.
I accept responsibility for any action, not another man to blame, but at Neil Bobby Thomas, and I accept every single thing. The same way I accepted your vote in 2018, I accepted your rejection in 2020. And I am pleading to my colleagues, don't get licks like me, behave properly and serve the people of the Virgin Islands. I also want to thank Mr. President as I wrap up, thank my family, thank the good Creator for giving me health and strength, my campaign committee, and once again, this community. Colleagues, I thank you all for being as professional as you are, for working with me, and for making me the best that I could be. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
You're very welcome, Senator Thomas. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's see how we're going to do this, because I too was waiting for the revised agenda, and I would have preferred to go down the agenda, but nevertheless, what I'll do is I will specifically ask my colleagues for their continued support on the special order matter with regards to the hospital land acquisition, and there is an amendment that was shared. And Mr. President, I will be, and colleagues, I'll be remiss if I didn't repeat your statement yesterday with regards to one of the former governors speaking to hurry dog eating raw meat. And while we're at the 30th of December, yes, which is considered a lame duck session, yes, we must be cautious in the things that we do. And we'll be voting on measures here today that's just rushed because some colleagues are not returning to the 34th legislature. However, I've been consistent in talking about continuity of government. And continuity of government don't just go for the central agencies that we've been talking to or that we oversee. Continuity of government goes within the legislature as well. All three branches of government, to include the judicial system. Because if a judge leaving and they leave cases behind, the cases still must carry on. So there's no problem in forwarding a matter so that it can be properly vetted. We're looking here now at a bill to legalize recreational marijuana.
1 minute.
This body decriminalized marijuana. We passed medicinal marijuana, and we still can't get it together. We can't get 1 and 2 together, but we don't move into 3. So recreational. We got to be careful. And I am saying that all agencies responsible, especially when it comes to regulations, we should have had it together
30 seconds.
before we rushed it. We're looking at the bill for the Office of Gun Violence. I was having a change of thought to probably support it, thinking that it was coming back to committee and we would have had a good final discussion. It never made it back. Now we're here with a special order. I am not going to do that. And then all these resolutions that we voted on, I am begging and pleading with colleagues for the next legislature.
Time.
Let's not water down the process. An honor, a resolution honoring and commending from the legislature is high honors in this community. And I will not be a part of watering down this process. Thank you, Mr. President, and it was nice serving with many of you in this 33rd legislature. And thank you. Thank the people of the Virgin Islands for another opportunity as we move forward to the 34th legislature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins, for your comments there. Senator Benta, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to my colleagues. To the listener viewing audience and those near and far, I want to also extend my congratulations to those members who will be coming into the 34th. You have a lot of work ahead of you. And at the same time, once you come in with that tenacity to serve and be minded and geared by your conscience, you will definitely be a force to be reckoned with, along with the others who are returning here. Our Virgin Islands are pristine, and they're precious to every single soul who walk these grounds. And at the end of the day, what we've seen over the years is we've seen our people who have become pretty much those who are well-to-do and enabling to take care of themselves become almost pauper within our territory. And before we can look at it at the blink of an eye with this devastating virus that we have upon us, we're going to find in short order that many will be knocking at our doors, which will be the doors of the 34th and the door of course, the executive branch. We must be wholehearted in what we do going forward and what we do for our people in a semblance of recognizing that we are all one family. There's no way that we could close a blind eye and say that we know, because there aren't any one of us that knows what each household goes through when they go to bed at night and how they are surviving respectively. We can only hear. But who feels it knows it becomes the mantra for tomorrow and how you structure yourselves today. I want to thank my colleagues for receiving some individuals who have had travel to the territory, and I'm going to say it here on the floor. We had individuals who were sent here by Mr. Jeff Bezos to our shores who have walked all 3 islands as of today. And while we spoke about low-hanging satellites throughout the world, individuals came to our shores to check for themselves. So those senators who I want to thank you for really bringing them in and wholeheartedly
1 minute.
giving them a good feeling to be on these grounds. And with that good feeling, they even stayed over several days extra. And while I see some of my senators looking at he's just talking nonsense, like he always does, some would think that. But I want you to understand that there's a real tomorrow for our people if we plan properly. New money makes a big difference. And moving our economic value to another level is a semblance of the order for tomorrow. And while many will be working at home, we must realize that those individuals will still be the mainstream of the engine of moving this economy forward and respectively our departments
30
by
seconds.
doing so at home. So thank you very much. I want to definitely say to the people of the Virgin Islands, this is not the end. It is not the end. But there's a new beginning in many ways and how it will be coming to our shores. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time, and thank you, colleagues, of whom I've loved working with, and I definitely wish you Godspeed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Benta, for your comments. Senator Hodge, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greetings to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience, in the usual manner. I definitely rise in support of all the measures in this block, but I'm going to speak particularly on a few. Bill number 330216, as relates to the gun violence bill. An example I shared when this bill was being vetted is that even in the boroughs of New York, where a number of nonprofit organizations, specifically churches, created a coalition and the amount of murders or gun violence actually was reduced from 700 in 1 year to less than 100 in the second. So at the end of the day, it's going to take community, and this is the move in the right direction. As it relates to 330471, the gross receipts, these entities need relief just like a lot of other different small business owners. It's going to give them an opportunity to focus a lot of energy and time on the restoration of those other vessels. And once they're able to have the capabilities to get up and running, that's additional gross receipts for the territory. And that's a 5-year timeline because that was implemented in said legislation. The cannabis bill, we can talk the talk, but we don't walk the walk. The Virgin Islands and the Caribbean is a unique destination. This is where everyone wants to visit because we have the white sands and the blue waters, but many times we don't implement the right methodologies in terms of economic development and marketing the territory. This is a move in the right direction. The estimates that was put in terms of the potential revenues that's going to be generated was clarified by the chief economist at the Virgin Islands. Lastly, I'm going to speak to Ms. Deanna Rogers, who's going to be recognized for her contributions as a post auditor here in the Virgin Islands at the legislature and also previously at the Department of Public Works. During that era, that's when we had the executive branch had a post-audit division. So if we ask ourselves why it is when federal auditors come to the territory and it takes them weeks upon weeks for us to get our act in order, and then we may face different fines and penalties, is because back then we were as efficient as we had to be, and Ms. Deanna Rogers was a contributing factor for that department. And that is all I have, Mr. Chair, and I'll vote accordingly at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Hodge. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for the time. Mr. President, today I'm going to speak about bill number 33-0471. You know, since Hurricanes Irma and Maria, especially Maria, every car ferry and St. John suffered extensive damage. Barges sank from the forces of the hurricane winds. Barges were stripped from the holding cleats and dragged out to sea and thrown upon the reefs, requiring extensive repairs. These companies had 2 barges, and both barges suffered severe damage. Yes, they collected insurance to repair the barges. However, they had to resume operating with 1 barge, purchasing fuel, paying employees, paying port fees, and with 1 barge down, they lost 50% of their revenues and still have not fully recovered since then. They have also had to endure an uptick in random Coast Guard inspections that will take them off of the scheduled run for things like a letter E missing from life preservers. Vents that were approved by the Coast Guard last year had to be changed because of new Coast Guard regulations. Barge ramps that were pre-approved by the Coast Guard, now after installation, the barge companies were being told that was the wrong ramp. These things cost the car ferry companies several $100,000 with each incident. Now bear in mind that the second barge, which was sitting waiting for repairs, has now begun to rust, which now requires even more money to repair. Also having to deal with non-payment of government agencies such as Waste Management, who always owe the companies thousands of dollars to transport trash from St. John to St. Thomas. And while digging into their savings to try to keep their businesses afloat, here comes COVID that drastically reduced ridership. Ridership drastically impacted. Second barge and dry dock still rusting while waiting to pay repairs. Still having to purchase fuel, pay employees, pay port fees. But they did this because they realized that they provide a critical service to the island of St. John. There is no other way for commerce to include food or gasoline to get to the island of St. John. We're talking about access to health care, education, Mr. President, government services and goods, access to services and resources not provided in St. John. Colleagues, the ferries are not asking for a handout, but a hand up from the government who they have faithfully served over the years. And over those years, even when the government failed to pay them for services rendered, they still provided service to the same government. Colleagues, we cannot allow these companies that have provided exemplary service to the Virgin Islands, especially St. John, to fall. So I come today to ask you for your support of the lifeblood of St. John, our precious car ferries. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne, for your comments there. Senator James, Senior, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to end by saying happy holidays to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we are definitely looking forward to a better and happy new year in 2021. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of my colleagues who took the time to mentor and guide me in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I really do appreciate it. I also want to say thank you to my colleagues for supporting my CTEC legislation today. And we will continue to stay on top of CTEC as we move into the year 2021, because as the Department of Education plans to reopen the schools to allow for individuals who are learning a trade to take part in a hands-on experience of learning that trade, they will need funds, they will need equipments and things to be able to sustain and teach our young men and women a skill or trade in the territory. So I also stand in support of the legislation which speaks to limiting gas stations within a certain feet of residential areas. I want to say kudos to my colleagues for bringing that measure forward, as I do support economics and growth of businesses in the territory. I must say that in a sense we're oversaturating the U.S. Virgin Islands when it comes to gas stations. I want to see more medical centers. I want to see more recreational centers, things for our youth to do, hotel developments. Those are the things I want to see. But every corner cannot be a gas station. As far as the cannabis legislation, I just want to say to my colleagues here who might have an issue with it, like my good colleagues I always say, if you have an issue, bring the amendment. That's what I say, right? And we can work on it in the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. And let's be honest, this is not going to just poof and happen overnight. It will take some time for the executive branch to put certain things in place. And we definitely do have enough time from now until we are sworn in to put in the proper amendments
30 seconds.
and make things happen. And I think this is something that the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands should be proud of, because as we push back on the governor when it comes to certain things, I am all for industries coming into the Virgin Islands, and not just industries, just to say we're collecting revenues, but a dedicated funding source that can go towards GRS. I want to say I'm asking for my colleagues to support the legislation that speaks to knowledge of sexual abuse of a minor, which speaks to increasing the fines and penalties and mandating counseling regardless of being in prison or fined, so we can have individuals who are rehabilitated, and once they get back into the community, that they have some form of counseling. And last but not least, I want to say kudos to my good St. Croix colleague for bringing the legislation that speaks to the acquisition of plot number 7 for Estate Diamond Ruby for the expansion of the Governor Wangif Louis Hospital and Medical Center. And I pray moving forward that the executive branch move these projects forward so we can have a better and brighter new year in the year 2021. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for your comments. Senator Degazan, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Season's greetings to all. Bill number 33-0096. I'm proud to be the sponsor of that bill. I spoke a lot throughout my term about being one of those that really helps out the small businesses, especially when working with the government. Providing services for the government should not be a death sentence. You should be able to provide services to the government and get paid in a timely manner. Bill number 33-096, which I tagged the prompt payment bill, allowed for the Department of Property and Procurement to streamline their process and make it easier for small businesses to be paid, which allows them to now be able to hire more people and to be able to just be in a more positive position as it pertains to their finances. And that was very important to me, and I'm asking for the support of my colleagues in making sure we get that bill passed. Second bill today, 33-0293, is for the Hemp Commission. I am a member of the Hemp Commission, the Hemp Board, and we recently approved our first application, which was a major progress for the team. And one of the requirements based on USDA is that we have a member from DLCA and a member from the Department of Health on that board. So this bill moves to ensure that we have a good complement and we're also compliant so that we can continue to work on the development, economic development in the area of hemp and agriculture. I want to speak about the gun violence bill, 33-0126. I was telling the sponsor, that I paid attention, but I did a little more research today. And I saw that there were particular cities that actually put their statistics out there as it pertains to the Office of Gun Violence. And the statistics are really striking. You will see that there were several peace programs, there were several initiatives that they focused in on gun violence. And it took some of the stress and strain off of the other executive branch departments nationwide. And they were able to reduce gun violence. And I also noticed that some of those same cities also approved recreational marijuana. And the Office of Gun Violence actually worked with those in charge, the leadership for the recreational marijuana, and they actually worked together and reduce crime. So it's really something to think about, that the Office of, I guess it will be cannabis, or even the Office of Gun Violence working together can help to decrease crime.
Time.
Finally, Mr. President? Finally, bill number 33-0471. I heard the passionate plea from my good colleague from St. Thomas, the at-large senator. And we find ourselves in a precarious position as leaders, as elected officials. We have to build a government, but then we also have to build small business. So at the appropriate time, I will vote accordingly. I will say he made a very good plea, and so I have a lot to think about before I give my vote. And again, I want to say thank you for my election to the 33rd, and I look forward to what's next. And thank you to my colleagues for a great 2 years. There was a lot of growth, a lot of fun, a lot of downtimes. But at the end of the day, we have work to do, and I look forward to working with you all in my future capacity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Degazan, for your comments. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by saying seasoned greetings to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I wish everyone a very, very happy new year. And I pray that 2021 is a better year for the world, and not only the Virgin Islands. We have a number of measures that are coming before us today, some that have been special order, some that were on the agenda, and I will speak to a few. 33-0471. It is not that I'm against this measure, but the measure needs to be vetted. If you're reducing gross receipt taxes, you need to have them come before the legislature. You can't vote on emotions. They do need relief. And the immediate relief is to utilize some of the COVID money, and the same way that you gave it to the passenger ferry, you give some to the boat ferries. But to reduce gross receipts for 5 years without a financial analysis is not wise. The body can't continue to move in that direction. But enough on that. 33-0470. History today. Or at least to me, the first in my 6 years in the legislature, where I have seen a majority of senators waive preemption rules against a fellow majority member. Grab the bill. We're moving it forward. Well, the majority member isn't even here because she's dealing with a medical emergency. Medicinal marijuana was passed as the first bill by this administration in January of 2019. And this is now December of 2020, 1 day before the end of the year, and nothing has been done. Every other state in the union that passed medicinal marijuana made sure that they implemented so that they could see what internal controls need to be in place so that when you come with legalization, you're ready. But we said no. When we passed medicinal marijuana, it was for those with chronic pain and that was sick. And we have ignored the law. And we are going with the premise that it must be legalization because we need to make money. So today we are considering a flawed bill that has not been before our legal counsel for legal sufficiency.
30 seconds.
And it's 90 pages long, but we're willing to throw the dice when we know that this same body, many members of the same body, met in a working meeting to develop a comprehensive marijuana bill that is almost complete. They met with members of the cannabis board. But now let me rush it. For what? A semi-legalization bill that gives sacramental use and give use to tourists. I hope the regular public know that this is not a legalization bill. It's a semi-legalization bill where locals who utilize marijuana, they're exempted from this bill. Read it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA, for your comments. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to say good evening to my colleagues. I do write in support of most of the measures in this block, but I'm going to speak to something else that has been on my mind for several weeks now. Because the people of the Virgin Islands need assistance in so many ways. We need resources to assist them. And my colleague who spoke before me was correct in terms of the COVID funds. We need to get relief to our people because they're hurting. You know, I do understand my colleague concerns when it comes to the barge companies of St. John. Definitely they need assistance, for sure. I agree with you 150%. But at the same time, there are many, many small businesses in the territory and many individuals who have lost their job because many small businesses have closed their doors. And then many of them are not coming back. And many other individuals, in the next 6 months or so, God's willing, hope that new relief package come through and it can give them some relief because many individuals will be homeless because the moratorium ends December the 31st. Many of them have not been paying a light bill. That needs to be extended also. And it bothers me every night because I know it's coming. I've already seen it. And we need to focus on those. We have our job and our work cut out for us on the 34th. We have some hard decisions to make moving forward. And I believe that many of these bills, many of the honorees that we are honoring today and the resolutions, I want to commend the sponsors and many of those individuals for the work and the sacrifice they have made for people here in the territory.
1 minute.
Educator Gomez, Manassa, many others. I don't want to start calling them because I have to go through the whole thing. But nonetheless, I want to commend all of them and say congratulations to all of you. I want to tell my colleagues, despite our differences, the ups and downs, the agree to disagree, It was an honor working with all of you in the 33rd legislature. For those that will not be coming back with us, you will surely be missed. I appreciate you. And hopefully I see you in your new roles, and we can still communicate and work together and get things done on behalf of the people, because I know all of your hearts are in the right place. And again, Mr. President, I want to thank you for doing such an excellent job as the president of this institution, the ultimate gentleman.
Time.
And statesman. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Thank you for your comments there. Appreciate it. Madam Secretary, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening to the listening and viewing audience. Good evening, colleagues, central staff. You know, I rise in support of most, but not all of the measures in this block. But I'm going to take my 3 minutes to discuss the cannabis legislation, because there is some misinformation that's being presented on this floor, and it is simply wrong. When we talk about a bill not being vetted, that's incorrect. The cannabis legislation was before this body. We had an all-day committee of the whole meeting on December 18th. Several comments, several concerns were raised, and those comments were taken into consideration into a resubmittal that came down to this body in May. And then we had another committee of the whole meeting on June 12th, another all-day meeting with testifiers and key stakeholders. We've had several working sessions on the cannabis legislation. We've had senators meet with members of the Office of the Governor. We've had senators meet with key stakeholders. We've had senators draft amendments as it relates to improving what was before us. Because we keep hearing about phantom legislation that's coming. But what's coming is the reality that we are going to be dealing with a severe economic crisis.
1 minute.
The COVID pandemic is not going away anytime soon. Our tourism product is compromised. And we cannot continue to hold up legislation because someone personally feels that they want it done a certain way, or it's being presented in a manner in which they do not approve. We have to stop allowing the perfect to be the enemy of the good. And it is so interesting that the millennial senator from St. Croix said,
30 seconds.
Bring the amendment, because I have that note right here. And I said, in the words of the incoming president of the 34th legislature, bring the amendment. That's what I'm saying. We had a vote, a referendum, where a person said that we are ready to adopt the Revised Organic Act of 1954 as the USVI Constitution.
Time.
Trying to bring legislation to do that stalled because of authorship and the preemption rule. Shoreline access. Our residents can't access beaches. Stalled because of the preemption rule. Now we're trying to stall cannabis, an industry that we are light years behind, stalling it because of preemption rule. Well, sometimes the majority has to take matters into their hands to ensure that they address and respond to the needs of the people and not individual personal agenda, ego, or ambition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. Senate Vice President, Myron D. Jackson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I first want to thank God for these 8 years, and to thank my family and thank the voters that trusted me and have put me here in representing the people of the territory. And I give God thanks for these years, and it's been a pleasure working with all of you, especially the 33rd legislature, where cooler heads ruled and productivity was produced. So in that regards, time does not permit me to speak on all of the measures. That's impossible. And I would really like to focus on 330126, which is the gun violence prevention under the office of the governor. And I have to say to you that on a weekly basis, that the calls that I receive in assistance, I live in public housing, my son was killed, and my surviving son is traumatized by the gunfire in the evenings, and I would like to move to another housing community where I feel safe. That's an inquiry made and frustrated in the process of trying to solve and to save a son. So if we put $1 million on the lives of the individuals we have lost this year and say $42 million for each policy, which we know the life of our residents worth much more than $1 million. Let us invest
1 minute.
in each island district in making this attempt in resolving gun violence in our territory. And the governor has the ability to bring all of the entities together and to, yes, he could do that now. He could do that now.
30
Surely.
seconds.
But the bill provides a vehicle in making that happen. And this legislature take the handle and not the blade in addressing the issue of gun violence in this territory. I also want to say that outside a few months ago, we had a visual for the thousands of Virgin Islanders that died to gun violence in this territory.
Time.
Most of those acts have not been solved. And if we're going to have a healthier community, a wellness, a community that really promotes wellness, we must deal with gun violence. And to those that have been supportive, I want to thank you. I want to thank all who have come forward during the public hearings. I want to thank my colleagues for engaging in the particular subject matter. And I want to end by this: justice for Aaron and all those that we've lost. I said, and for all those that have lost. And that's what we did outside, calling his name as well, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Senator Jackson, if the timekeeper could put 3 minutes on the clock for me, I want to, first of all, extend a happy holidays and a season's greetings to everyone within the sound of my voice.
3 minutes.
And to say that it's been an honor for me to have served as your presiding officer here at the legislature. And thank you very much for all of your cooperation. I've not always been the statesman that I always endeavor to be, but nonetheless, I make every effort at any given time to certainly be the statesman. Today, the Government Employees Retirement System finally put out a notice that there will be no 42% cut for retirees. We have had our seniors and our retirees with severe anxiety, undue pain and agony for the last several months, unnecessarily. Some may have consequentially lost their life just being stressed out about the situation. So thank you to the board, and thank you to Mr. Austin Nips for finally recognizing that and coming forward that there will be no 42% cut. But truly, we are at a crossroads in this Virgin Islands. And we have an opportunity. Here at the 31st Legislature, we have continued to extend the olive branch to all of the branches of government to work in consort and collaboration to move this territory forward. And today, once again, as we move into the 34th Legislature, I want to extend that olive branch. But it can't be your way all the time.
1 minute.
Mental health still haven't been addressed. Our health care situation still haven't been addressed. WAPA and those outrageous WAPA bills, despite legislation, still haven't been addressed. I've asked for executive order regarding individuals, again, in their rental homes that may be very well put out on the street tomorrow, December 31st.
30 seconds.
I intend to, again, continue to do my work on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. And at the very least, I will continue to die trying to make the best effort. This year marked 31 years of public service in the government of the Virgin Islands. And I, again, want to ask the powers to be, let's come together collectively to truly move this territory forward. The measures before us,
Time.
whatever they are, I intend to support in one way, shape, or form. But moving them is one thing. The execution of these legislation is what's important. And I'm prepared to go to court to fight on the behalf of the people to make sure that these legislation have been put forth is executed and adhered to. Thank you very much to this community for your support. Thank you very much, my colleagues, for your support. Thank you very much, Central staff, for all of your support. You continue to be the backbone of this legislature and make all of us shine. Thank you very much for that. At this time, Madam Clerk, if you could call up each of the bills for we to dispose of them.
Consideration of bills. Bill number 33-0300, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, by adding Section 305D to establish a numerical limitation on the licenses issued for gasoline stations to take effect in 5 years and to impose a 5-year territory-wide moratorium on the issuance of business licenses for gasoline stations.
Senator Viola, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 33-869. Bill number 33-0300 is amended by inserting a new Section 2 to read as follows. Section 2A. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources shall conduct a feasibility study before determining the numerical limitations on the licenses for gasoline stations. The study must take into account the public input, geographical landscape, social and public welfare, and the environmental impact and economic analysis of all 3 islands. The Commissioner must report the findings on the study and the proposed gas station numerical limitation to the legislature not less than 6 months before the numerical limitation is to go into effect. In addition, the feasibility study must be made public on the department's official website. In the event that the feasibility study is not done or completed as required herein, the requirements contained in internal Section 305D of Section 1 shall be extended annually until the study is completed. B, the provisions contained in Section 1 do not apply where the proposed gasoline station is to be constructed on a site previously occupied by a former gas station. I so move.
Amendment properly moved by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator James DeGraff. Gittins, I heard you too? No? All right. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Roll call on Bill 33-0300 as amended.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Digazan? Yes. Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis?
Yea.
Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 14 years, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0300, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, by adding Sections 305D to establish the numerical limitations on the licenses issued for gasoline stations to take effect in 5 years and to impose a 5-year territorial moratorium and issuance of business licensing for gasoline station, as amended, has been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0463, an act ratifying and approving the Second Amendment to the Agreement for Medical Health Insurance between the Government of the Virgin Islands through GESC Health Insurance Board of Trustees, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and United Healthcare Insurance Company and its affiliates, dated January 1st, 2021.
Roll call on Bill 33-0463.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Yes. Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Yes. Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 14 years, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill 33-0463, an act ratifying and approving the Second Amendment to the Agreement for Medical Health Insurance between the Government of the Virgin Islands through the GESC Health Insurance Board of Trustees, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and United Healthcare Insurance Company and its affiliates, dated January 1, 2021, has been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0126, an act amending Title 3, Chapter 1 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new section 27I, establishing the Virgin Islands Office of Gun Violence Prevention under the Office of the Governor.
Roll call on Bill 33-0126. Do you have amendment? Senator Jackson, you have an amendment for 33-0126? You recognize for your amendment? Gun violence.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 33-912, and it's revised. Section 1 is amended as follows. An internal subsection B on page 2, line 8, inserting who specializes in statistical data collection after analysis. 2, internal subsection C on page 3 by adding paragraph 10 after line 16 to read as follows. Submit to the governor and the legislature by August 31st annually a report setting forth the initiatives it has taken and the programs it has participated in or initiated. B, section 2 on page 3 is amended as follows. On 1, line 17 by striking 700,000 and inserting 250,000. I so move.
Amendment properly moved by Senator Jackson, seconded by Senator James and Senator, who was that over here? Senator James. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Roll call on Bill 33-0126 as amended.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Digazan? Yes. Senator Digazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis?
Yea.
Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory not voting. Senator Gittins? No. Senator Gittins, no. Senator Hodge? Yea. Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Yes. Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Yes. Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Yes. Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Yes. Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? No. Senator Bailey, no. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill 33-0126, an act amending Title 3, Chapter 1 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new Section 27I establishing the Virgin Islands Office of Gun Violence Prevention under the Office of the Governor as amended has been approved by this body and was sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, St. Croix, for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and providing for the funding of the purchase.
Senator Gittins, you recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I raise to offer amendment number 33-964, amendment to bill number 33-0429, offered by yours truly, Kurt A. VLA, Oakland Benta, Novelli Francis Jr., and just added Javon James Sr. Bill number 33-0429 is amended by inserting a new appropriately numbered section to read as follows. Section blank A, notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, and all sums appropriately by Act 7697 in Section 1, Paragraph 3, which have not been expended as of December 30th, 2020, are appropriated to the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation to be used for the acquisition of plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of the reconstruction and expansion of the Governor Juan Francisco Louis Hospital and Medical Center. B, the funds appropriated in subsection A remain available until expended. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator James, Senator Blyden, Senator Benta. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, roll call on Bill 33-0429 as amended.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yeah. Senator Benta? Yes. Senator Benta, yeah. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Digazan? Yes. Senator Digazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr. Yeah. Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson. Yeah. Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James. Yeah. Senator James, yeah. Senator Payne Sr. Senator Payne Sr. absent. Senator Sarro absent. Senator Thomas here. Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, 13 years, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Let me get that tally again, please, Madam Clerk.
13 years, 2 absent.
Very well. Bill number 33-0429. Please record Senator Payne's vote as yes and tally.
Mr. President, 14 years, 1 absent.
Thank you. Bill number 33-0429, an act authorizing the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation to make an offer to purchase plot number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby St. Croix, for the purpose of reconstructing and expanding the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and providing for the funding of the purchase as amended has been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0128, a resolution honoring and commending Ms. Deanna Elise Rogers for her outstanding civil contributions and service for being the first female post-auditor of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Senator Haji, recognized for an amendment? Yes, you got right, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 33873 to amend Bill number 330128. Bill number 330128 is amended in the following instances. 1. In the title, by striking "and for being the first female post-auditor of," and inserting 2. And number 2, in section 1, by striking "for being the first female post-auditor to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands." And number 3, in the bill summary, by striking "and for being the first female post-auditor of the Legislature of the and inserting "to the people of the." I so move.
Amendment properly offered by Senator Hodge, seconded by Senator Barnes, Senator Jackson. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, roll call on Bill 33-0128 as amended.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yeah. Senator Benter? Yes. Senator Benter, yeah. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Digazan? Senator DeGazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yeah. Senator Sarro? Senator Sarro absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Viale? Senator Viale? Absent. Mr. President, 13 years, 2 absent.
Very well, thank you. Bill 33-0128, a resolution honoring and commending Ms. Deanna Elise Rogers for her outstanding civil contributions and public service and for being a post-auditor of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands as amended have been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0444, a resolution to recognize the 50th anniversary of the Petite Pump Room, a locally owned and operated business.
Roll call on Bill 33-0444.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yeah. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yeah. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Digazan? Senator Digazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory? Not voting.
Absent.
Oh, absent. Senator Gittins?
Absent.
Senator Gittins absent. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yeah. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Viale? Senator Viale absent. Mr.
Please record Senator Gittins' vote as yes.
Mr. President, 12 years, 1 absent. I mean, 2 absent and 1.
Please record Senator Viale's vote as yes.
Mr. President, 13 years, 2 absent.
Please record Senator Fred Gregory's vote as yes. Tally.
Mr. President, 14 years.
Very well, thank you very
1
much.
absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill 33-0444, a resolution to recognize the 50th anniversary of the Petit Pump Room, a locally owned and operated business, has been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0454, an act recognizing the musical talents and contribution of Maestro Gilchrist Cabral, and amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, by adding Section 104A to the musical composition Valiant Virgin Isles as the centennial anthem of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill 33-0454.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yeah. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yeah. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yeah. Senator Digazan? Senator Digazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yeah. Senator Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yeah. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yeah. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yeah. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Viale? What is it? Senator Viale? Yes. Senator Viale, yeah. Mr. President, 14 years, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0454, an act recognizing the musical talents and contribution of Maestro Gilchrist Sproul, and amending Title I, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 7, by adding Section 104A to the musical composition Valiant Virgin Islands as the centennial anthem of the Virgin Islands, have been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0096, an act repealing Title 33, Chapter 115, Subchapter 4 of the Virgin Islands Code, and replacing it with the new Subchapter 4, creating the Virgin Islands Government Prompt Payment Act.
Roll call on Bill 33-0096. Amendment, Senator Degazan, you're recognized for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer amendment number 33-611 to bill number 33-096. Bill number 33-096 is amended in the following instances. Okay. A, the preamble is amended in the third whereas clause on page 1, lines 5 and 6 by striking the phrase any department, agency, semi-autonomous or autonomous entity of the Virgin Islands government and inserting the executive branch in its place. B,
Motion, Senator James, you recognize for your motion.
Sir, Mr. President, I move for the waiving of the reading for this amendment. I so move.
Very well.
I so move.
Very well. I so move. Second. Roll call on Bill 33-0096 as amended.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benter? Senator Benter, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Pardon me. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 13 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill 33-0096, an act repealing Title 33, Chapter 115, Subchapter 4 of the Virgin Islands Code and replacing it with a new Subchapter 4, creating the Virgin Islands Government Prompt Payment Act as amended, have been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0293, an act amending Title 7, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, Section 207, to add the commissioners of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Department of Health to the Virgin Islands Industrial Hemp Commission.
Senator Degazan, you recognize for your amendment. Amendment withdrawn. Roll call on Bill 33-0293.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Benter? Senator Benter, not voting. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.? Yes. Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Hart Jr.? Yes. Senator Hart Jr., yes. Senator Jackson? Yes. Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Yes. Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Yes. Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Yes. Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Ville? Yes. Senator Ville, yes. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 2 absent, 1 not voting.
Please record Senator Benter's vote as yes.
Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Very well, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill 33-0293, an act amending Title 7 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, Section 207, to add the commissioners of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Department of Health to the Virgin Islands Industrial Health Commission has been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0361, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 486, relating to penalties for knowledge of sexual abuse of a minor to increase the fines and mandate counseling in addition to imprisonment or fine.
Roll call on Bill 33-0361.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, not voting? Senator Benter? Senator Benter, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, absent? Senator Blyden, not voting? Senator Degazan? Senator Degazan, not voting? Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Hart Jr.? Senator Hart Jr., not voting. Senator Jackson? Not voting. Senator Jackson, not voting. Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Veerley? Senator Veerley, not voting.
Please record Senator Barnes or change your vote to yes. Change Senator Blyden's vote to yes. And Senator Gittins' vote is yes.
Hold on, set as 1 second.
You didn't vote before, Senator Barnes? Okay. So your vote would now be yes. Thank you.
12.
Tally, please.
1 absent. Yeah. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 1 absent,
Say,
2 not voting.
change Senator Bailey's vote to yes. Tally.
13 yes, 1 absent, 2 not voting. 1 not voting. 1.
Very well. Bill 33-0361, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 486, relating to the penalties for knowledge of sexual abuse of a minor to increase the fines and mandate counseling in addition to imprisonment or fine have been approved by this body. I will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0471, an act granting a reduction in the payment of gross receipt taxes to 1% of the business's gross receipt taxes for St. John Carr Ferry businesses for 5 years.
Roll call on Bill 33-0
amendment.
amendment. Senator Payne, you recognize for an amendment.
Mr. President, I offer a technical amendment to Bill number 33-0471, an act granting a reduction in the payment of gross receipt taxes to 1% on the business's gross receipts for St. John Carr Ferry businesses for 5 years. In Section 2, the first line, changing the word 1 to 4. I so move.
How many change was that?
A technical amendment.
How many words?
1 word.
1 word. Very well. Motion properly made by Senator. Motion properly made by Senator Payne and objected to by Senator Vielle. Seconded by who? Anyone? Any seconded? Seconded by Senator Thomas. 2-minute debate time. Senator Payne, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. This technical amendment, it was an error made by legal counsel by changing the word, inserting the word 1 where it should have actually been 4. I return the balance of my time. I hold about the balance of my time.
Reserve the balance.
Reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Payne?
Senator Payne, 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining.
Very well. Thank you. Senator Vieira, you recognize you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go through legal counsel. Is changing a percentage substantive? Or can you do a technical amendment to change the percentage? Through the chair to legal counsel.
Legal counsel may respond. Reserve the balance of Senator Vieira's time.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Through the chair to Senator Vele, the changing it from 1% to 4% would be substantive because you're changing the context or the substance of it. If in fact it's a mistake based on when we, if in fact it's a mistake when we're preparing it and we look back at the request, you can always make the correction if it's an error within the division.
Senator Vieira, you satisfied with the response?
Yeah. In further looking at the full bill, I'm looking now because I hadn't seen this before. I'm looking at the short title, and the short title does say 1%. So it would just be changing it to correct what appears to be an error. So then in that case, it would not be a substantive change because it's something in line with what was expected when you read the short title.
Is legal counsel is the original draft request states 4%? The draft request. And I'm not, I just want to make sure that we concur with the rules of the legislature because changing a percentage is substantive. If it is an error on the original draft request said 4%, then I will withdraw.
We would have to check what the request is. Wasn't a drafter, so I can't speak to that. But in fact, if it's just a correction that we're making to comply with what was stated in the BR request, then it would just be making a correction, and it wouldn't be substantive. What we could do in terms of just wanting to follow the proper procedures and protocols in terms of technical amendments, we can leave it as is, and like I said, as is, it's looking like a substantive amendment, and then when we get to preparing it to forward, if it's an amendment error, if it's an error on our part in terms of not putting the 4 there, then it would just be a mistake corrected by our office when we're doing the final to send out.
Can the sponsor just bring a copy of the draft request so we can see whether or not it's 4%, so we can have this clarified and we don't have issues moving forward? I reserve the balance of my time. I'm waiting for a response.
Very well. How much time remains for Senator Vieira?
Senator Vieira, 1 minute, 48 seconds. Senator Payne, 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Senator Payne, you recognize you have 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Okay,
remaining.
Mr. President, it was always, as stated in the short title, an act in a reduction in the payment of gross receipts to 1%. That was what was forwarded to legal counsel. However, in their drafting of the bill, a mistake was made where they put this act grants a 1% reduction instead of a 4% reduction. I reserve the balance of my time.
So, is either 2 or
No.
by 1%? Are you saying?
No. Okay, let me say this again. An act granting a reduction in the payment of gross receipts taxes to 1%. And in section 2, it was supposed to state this act and the grant of the 4% tax reduction. 4% tax reduction. But instead, legal counsel made a mistake and put 1. Or 1% tax reduction, but it's not a 1, it's a 4%. They are paying 1%. They are paying 1% gross receipt tax. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. President.
Much time remains for Senator Payne.
Senator Payne, 40 seconds.
Senator Viola, you recognize you got 1 minute 48 seconds.
The sponsor would have to produce a document in which was submitted to legal counsel. If not, it's a substantive change. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Viola?
Senator Viola has 1 minute, 38 seconds remaining.
Senator Payne.
Okay, Mr. President, if you give me a few minutes, I'll go into my office and have my staff forward a document. Yes, sir. I reserve the balance of my time.
Very well. At this time, we'll take a 2 minutes reset. We'll just make a motion. Somebody make a motion and to hold the bill, and then we'll move on. We're in debate time right now, Senator.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Viola.
Mr. President, I move that bill number 33-0471 be moved as the last item on the agenda. Be moved as the second to last item on the agenda. I so move.
Hearing no objection, a motion carries. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I read the bill that's before us, when I look in section 1, it says, and is doing business on the effective date of this act shall pay a gross receipt tax of 1% on the gross receipts of such business. And then in section 2, it says, this act and the grant of the 1% tax reduction expires 5 years after the enactment of this act. It's conflicting. It's very conflicting. One says 1%, the other one says pay a gross receipt of 1% on the 1% on the gross receipts, and the other says this act grant of the 1% tax reduction. So there's a 1% reduction, and the other one says pay 1%. So it's very conflicting. This is more than a technical amendment at this point, because there's a number of sentences here outside of the issue with the fact that it's a whole 3 percentage points that we are considering here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Very well, thank you. And we'll go ahead and move on, and then we'll come back to this, being that it was moved to the second to last item on the agenda. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0345, a resolution honoring and commending Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights on the 50th anniversary of the band and the band's contribution in the preservation of Virgin Islands culture, musical, and dance heritage.
Roll call on Bill 33 dash. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Bill number is 33-0456. I'm sorry, not 345. It's 456.
Correct. Roll call on Bill 33-0456.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benter? Yes. Senator Benter, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Digazan? Yes. Senator Digazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Yes. Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne absent. Senator Sorrow? Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey?
Yeah.
Senator Bailey, yeah. Mr. President, 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. Bill number 33-0456, a resolution honoring and commending Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights on their 50th anniversary of the band and the band's contribution to the preservation of the Virgin Islands culture, musical, and dance heritage have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess. Stand in recess for 2 minutes.
Johnny, the Christmas coming. Mama, beg you, Johnny, the New Year coming. Christmas coming, New Year coming. Christmas coming, New Year coming. So Mama, beg you, Johnny, the Christmas coming. Mama, beg you, Johnny, the New Year coming. And if you want to be merry, then Guava berry. And when you get the digitals, then crucial papers.
We're out of recess at this time. Madam Clerk, let's call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0472, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 608C, relating to the issuances of a permit for the location of hazardous chemicals or activities not less than 1,000 feet of a residential dwelling.
Roll call on Bill 33-0472.
Senator Barnes. Senator Barnes absent. Senator Benta. Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan. Senator DeGazan absent. Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis. Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge. Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson. Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James. Senator James, yes. Senator Payne. Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sorrow. Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Thomas. Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Vele. Senator Vele, yes. Mr. President, 12 years, 3 absent.
Please record Senator Barnes' vote as yes.
Senator Barnes, yes. Mr. President, 13 years, 2 absent.
Very well. Bill number 33-0472, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 608, relating to the issuance of a permit for the location hazardous chemicals or activities not less than 1,000 feet of a residential dwelling has been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Motion, Senator Gittins, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to reconsider Bill number 33-0429 as amended, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 33-0429 offered by Senators. Motion for reconsideration, I so move.
Senator Gittins, the motion was made for reconsideration, seconded by Senator Benta, Senator VLA, Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Again, I move amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 33-0429, offered by Senators Kenneth Gittins, Kurt VLA, Oakland Benta, Novel Francis Jr., Giovanni James Sr. Bill number 33-0429 is amended by striking all the language after the enabling clause and inserting new language that reads as follows. Section blank. A, notwithstanding, and bear with me because this thing's so small, notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, any and all sums appropriated by Act 7697 in Section 1, Paragraph 3, which have not been expended as of December 30th, 2020, are appropriated to the Board of Directors of the Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation to be used for the acquisition of Plot Number 7, Estate Diamond Ruby, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, for the purpose of the reconstruction and expansion of the Governor Huang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center. B, the funds appropriated in subsection A remain available until expended. I so move.
Motion made in the amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill 33-0429 by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Benta, Senator James, roll call on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benter? Senator Benter, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan absent. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 13 yes, 2 absent.
Very well, thank you. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill 33-0429 has been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Motion, Senator Hodge, you recognize for a motion?
President, I'd like to make a motion to move bill number 330470 to the last item on the agenda. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Hodge, seconded by who? Seconded by Senator Barnes. Objected to by Senator Viale. Roll call.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes not voting. Senator Benter? Senator Benter? Senator Benter, no. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, no. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan absent. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Francis? Senator Francis not voting. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory not voting. Oh, she said no. Senator Fred Gregory, no. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, no. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, no. Senator James? Senator James, no. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, no. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, no. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, no. Mr. President, 1 year, 10 nay, 2 absent, 2 not voting.
Very well, the motion fails. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0470, an act to amend Title 19, Chapter 34 of the Virgin Islands Code to expand the legalization of the medicinal cannabis.
Session stands at recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, go ahead and read the next item on the agenda, please.
Bill number 33-0470, an act to amend Title 19, Chapter 34 of the Virgin Islands Code to expand the legalization of the medicinal cannabis.
Amendment, Senator Barnes, you recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to offer amendment number 33-967 to bill number 33-0470. And this amendment is offered on behalf of Donna Fred Gregory, Stedman Hodge Jr., Athniel Bobby Thomas, Allison Degazan, Alicia V. Barnes, Stephen Payne Sr., Javon E. James, Marvin A. Blyden, and Novell E. Francis. Bill number 33-0470 is amended in the following instances. 1. An appropriately numbered section is inserted repealing Title 19 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 34, and inserting a new Chapter 34 to read as indicated by Bill number 33-0470. 2. An internal Section 776 SSS by striking issue to a medical cannabis cultivation licensee, internal Section 776, is further amended by striking subsection JJJJ and relettering and the remaining sections. 3. In internal Section 777, subsection A8, 5 by striking, by striking and by inserting the following at the end. And participants in the cannabis industry workforce training, cannabis cultivation, micro-lending, and business incubation programs, and by inserting a new paragraph 17 to read as follows. 17. Create and maintain a website identifying information concerning public safety with regard to cannabis use, a list of authorized licensee and third-party providers, and any and all other information relative to the regulation of cannabis cultivation, production, sale, and use in the territory. In subsection B, paragraph 1, 6, by striking the existing language and inserting a pharmacist license to practice pharmacy in the Virgin Islands. In X, by inserting at the end, who must be the Attorney General or an attorney employed by the Department of Justice. In subsection 3, paragraph 1, by inserting the following at the beginning in conjunction with the Department of Tourism. On page 23, subsection H, where it appears for the second time, is relettered as subsection I. All other subsections in internal section 777 are relettered. Internal section 778 is amended as follows in subsection A, paragraph 10, and is inserted after the semicolon, and paragraph 11 is inserted to read as follows. 11, cannabis testing license in subsection B. 4 is stricken, and 3 is inserted. 5, internal section 786 is amended as follows. In subsection B, paragraph 1, by striking an on-site consumption use permit sites in subsection C and D, paragraph 1, by striking an on-site consumption use permit sites in subsection G, paragraph 1, 13, by striking or A and inserting the following at the end, or participated in a business incubation, micro-lending services, job training, or University of the Virgin Islands program, as identified in section 799A, 3, and 7, by inserting a new 14 to read as follows. 14, certification that the applicant should hire 60% of its entire workforce full-time and part-time as bona fide Virgin Islands residents as defined under Title 29 Section 10039C of the Virgin Islands Code. 15 is inserted to read as follows. 15, certification that the applicant will not exclude from hire any potential employees previously arrested, charged, and convicted of non-felony crimes. 1, Section 787 is amended as follows. In subsection B, paragraph 2, 2 is stricken and 4 is inserted, and by striking and shall have no less than 1,825 days of cumulative residency during the individual's lifetime. Section 793 is amended as follows. In subsection A, paragraph 4, by inserting the following at the end, residency may be established by an official government of the Virgin Islands identification permit or other proof of residency. In subsection J, paragraph 1, 7 is stricken and 14 is inserted. In internal section 799, subsection A, by inserting a new paragraph 7 to read as follows. 6, to fund a program through the University of the Virgin Islands in the cultivation, manufacturing, sales, and retail research, development, and education on cannabis in the Virgin Islands. Such program shall include training related to soil preparation, pest control, cultivation, and safe disposal of unusable cannabis. 7, internal section 796 is stricken, and the remaining sections are renumbered. 8, in section 3, by inserting after appropriated from the Internal Revenue Matching Fund after $1 million. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Barnes, seconded by Senator James and Hodge and Fred Gregory, objected to by Senator Viale. 2 minutes debate time. Senator Viale, you recognize.
Listen, thank you, Mr. President. This is quite a lengthy amendment, and this amendment was just placed on our desk 30 seconds ago that is amending a 90-page bill. So I'm honestly not even sure if everyone know exactly how this is going to be infused in the bill and the impact it will have on such legislation. So I'd like to ask the sponsor of the amendment why such a lengthy amendment is given at the 11th hour.
Reserve the balance.
I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Viale?
Senator Viale, 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining.
Senator Barnes, you recognize. You have 2 minutes.
Stated when I started with the amendment, this amendment is sponsored by Senator Fred Gregory, Hodge, Thomas, Degazan, Barnes, Payne, James, Blyden, and Francis. And as I further indicated during the debate time, we have had several working sessions where we were able to develop these amendments. These amendments weren't just developed today. We have been working on this measure, as we indicated, from December, May, and many of these amendments are amendments that were provided by the individual senators, so they are familiar with the amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Barnes?
Senator Barnes has 1 minute, 16 seconds remaining.
Very well, Senator Viale, you recognize. You have a minute or 25 seconds.
If these amendments were worked on or suggested from May of this year, this is now December. Why were they not submitted to legal counsel and circulated to all the members of the body so we can have the opportunity to read and see the impact for the legislation in front of us? I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Viale?
Senator Viale has 1 minute, 3 seconds remaining.
Again, as I've indicated.
1 second, Senator Barnes. That's 1 minute, 3 seconds.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Barnes, you recognize. You have 1 minute, 16 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. As indicated, this has been a work in progress. Those persons who are sponsors are authors of this amendment have been working on this amendment. This information for the amendment was circulated very early this morning. And so this information, while we are just getting it out of legal, for various reasons, as we know, legal has been inundated with several bills, amendments coming into the last session of the 33rd. So that right there, in terms of just getting it out of legal, that is standard, but the language is not foreign to any of the members here in
30
terms
seconds.
of the amendment that's before us.
How much time remains? You reserve the balance of your time?
I'll reserve the balance of my time,
How
sorry.
much time remains for Senator Barnes?
Senator Barnes, 30 seconds remaining.
Very well. Senator Viola, you recognize you have 1 minute, 3 seconds.
It is not standard in any way. Not at all. Work have been done on this bill for a long period of time. Matter of fact, the sponsor of the bill, who had preemption for this particular bill, is working on a comprehensive bill that is almost complete. But these amendments came out today, and individuals signed on today. Not before. They signed on today. And I know many individuals who are going to
30 seconds.
vote on this particular measure haven't even looked at these amendments and see how they're going to correlate with the bill. What is the rush? This isn't the last legislature that is going to be before the people of the Virgin Islands. What is the rush? Why are we rushing this? At the 11th hour, you're bringing amendments. What is the rush? There is no rush.
Time.
Senator Barnes, you recognize you have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, while the good senator may not have been involved in the working meetings and sessions that we have had on this particular measure, at least 10 members of this institution, 10 members of this body have been involved and have had these amendments since December 10th. So again, it was emailed to all members this morning. And if we were to stand here and indicate that we don't have last-minute amendments coming to the floor, which this is not, then that is just simply disingenuous.
Time.
And on that note, Mr. President, I guess I have no time. Thank you.
Very well. All time have been expired. At this time, roll call on the amendment. Roll call on the amendment, yes.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, no. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Yes. Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff not voting. Senator Francis? Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? No. Senator Gittins, no. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, absent. Senator James? Yes. Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Vele? Senator Vele, no.
Please record Senator Jackson vote as yes. Tally.
Mr. President, 10 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Very well. The amendment stands. Point of inquiry, Senator Vielle.
Testing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to legal counsel, the bill before us in section 777 contains language that forms a cannabis licensing board. According to the Organic Act, no law of the Virgin Islands dealing with the chairmanship, membership, or chairmanship and membership of any such board, authority, or commission, and requiring an appointment or appointments to be made with the advice and consent of the legislature shall relate to no more than one such board, authority, or commission, nor shall it relate to any other legislative matter. No bill that has board, a composition of a board in it, could have any other legislative matter contained. This bill cannot be sent in its present fashion. Through the chair, to the legal counsel.
Legal counsel, you may respond. Please give your name. Please recognize legal counsel at Senator Jackson's desk.
Through the President to Senator Valley, Senator Valley is correct in the Revised Organic Act, Section 16, subsection C. It says that, it says exactly just what he says, that no law of the Virgin Islands dealing with the chairmanship, membership, or chairmanship and membership of any such boards, authority, or commission, and requiring an appointment or appointments to be made with the advice and consent of the legislature shall relate to more than one such board, authority, or commission, nor shall it relate to any other legislative matter. So and that's why when we do the drafting, we always return it if the request includes dealing with a board, among other matters within the request. I can't speak to that.
Very well. Senator Viale, your inquiry was answered.
Yes, Mr. President. Hence, this bill in its current fashion cannot move forward, and this body cannot waive the Organic Act. Moving this forward would be a direct violation of the Organic Act. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Body will stand in recess for 2 minutes. We're out of, no, we ran out of time on the motion. Senator Hodge, you are recognized for motion.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that bill number 330470 be removed from today's agenda. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Hodge, second by Senator Blyden and Senator Payne. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to reconsider Bill number 330126 as amended due to a technical amendment that is required. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Jackson, seconded by Senator Payne. For reconsideration, hearing no objection, so ordered. Yes. Motion, Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Bill number 330126 as amended for a technical amendment in Section 2, fiscal year ending October 31st, 2020, striking 0 and inserting 1. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Jackson, seconded by Senator Hodge, Senator Payne. Roll call on Bill 33-0126 as amended. Technical amendment. Roll call on Bill 33-0126. Reconsideration.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benter? Yes. Senator Benter, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis?
Yeah.
Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory not voting. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, no. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Sarro? Senator Sarro absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, yes. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Bill number 33-0126. An act amending Title 3, Chapter 1 of the Virgin Islands Code by adding a new Section 27I establishing the Virgin Islands Office of Gun Violence Prevention under the Office of the Governor, as amended, has been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on the agenda.
Bill number 33-0471, an act granting a reduction in the payment of gross receipt taxes to 1% on the business's gross receipt for St. John Car Ferry business for 5 years.
The other motion for amendment? Motion for amendment? You had a technical amendment, Senator Payne? And some clarity regarding the technical amendment. You may respond, legal counsel. Come into the world.
Yes, Mr. President. The request by Senator Payne was to reduce the payment of the gross receipt taxes to 1%, as stated in the short title when the drafter drafted it, it was an error in section 2 that says this act and the grant of the 1% tax reduction, because the groups currently pay 5% tax. So Senator Payne asked for it to be reduced to 1%. And in section 2, the drafter attempted to acknowledge the difference between the 5% and the 1%, but they stated 1%. What should have been said was the 4%, which is, so it's his amendment is a technical amendment to make that correction.
Very well. All right, so you have already stated the technical amendment. So we'll do a roll call at this time on the measure as amended. Bill 33-0096, an act repealed entitled, correction, that's actually is Bill 33-0471, an act granting a reduction in the payment of the gross receipt taxes for 1% on the businesses' gross receipt tax for St. John, Cara Ferry businesses for 5 years. Right. So the technical amendment based on the clarification from the legal counsel is be supported. Roll call on Bill 33-0471 as amended.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes not voting. Senator Benter? Senator Benter, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden not voting. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan not voting. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff not voting. Senator Francis? Senator Francis not voting. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory absent. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, no. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James not voting. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, no. We have to see it.
Tally?
You have to.
Please record Senator Fred Gregory's vote as no.
Oh, the 4 nays. Mr. President, 5 years, 4 nays. 6 not voting, are you? 1 absent. 1 absent. That's 7.
Yeah.
I know it was 3. 5 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent, 6 not voting.
5
Yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent, and 6 not voting.
Measure carries. Bill 33-0471, an act granting a reduction in the payment of gross receipt taxes of 1% to businesses' gross receipt for St. John Cara Ferry businesses for 5 years, as amended, has been approved by this body, will be sent to the governor for further consideration. Session stands in recess for 1 minute. We're back on record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the next item on today's agenda.
Bill number 33-0226, an act amending Title 1, Chapter 7 of the Virgin Islands Code to establish the official madras of the Virgin Islands of the United States.
Senator Jackson, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Amendment 33950 to Bill number 33026. Bill number 33026 is amending by striking the preamble and striking the provisions after the enacting clause and inserting new provisions that read as follows. Section 1, Title 1, Chapter 7 of the Virgin Islands Code is amended by adding Section 101 to read as follows. Subsection 101A, Madras. The legislature finds and declares the movement to develop an official Madras pattern for the Virgin Islands began with informal conversations between tradition and cultural bearers from the territory to include Delta Dorsch.
Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 33-950. I so move.
Second.
Who seconded? You second? Motion probably made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Benta and Senator Payne, Senator Vielle. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I don't want to go home, man.
You say so move?
So move.
Second. So move, second.
Second.
Motion properly made for amendment, seconded by Senator Blyden. So ordered. Amendment, Senator Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to offer amendment number 33-946 to bill number 33-0226. Bill number 33-0226 is amended by adding 3 appropriately numbered sections to read. Section blank. Title 3 Virgin Islands Code Chapter 1 is amended by adding Section 4B to read as follows. 4B, Bureau of Economic Research. A, the Bureau of Economic Research, previously placed under the Office of Management and Budget by Act 8121, is transferred and reestablished within the Office of the Governor. The Bureau of Economic Research is administered by a director appointed by the Governor. The Bureau of Economic Research B, the Bureau of Economic Research shall 1, produce routine statistical reports on the socio-economic indications and the economy of the Virgin Islands and conduct activities related to formulation of territory's gross domestic product or gross territorial product. 2, provide data for government agencies to use for operational planning, federal grant applications, bond issues, database development, impact analysis, and forecasting. 3, provide assistance in the areas of economic development planning, financing, special project, and information management. Serve as a liaison to the U.S. Department of Commerce Bureau of Economic Analysis. 5, serve as the territory's lead entity for collaborating with the United States Census Bureau in the conduct of the Virgin Islands Economic Census and the Economic Development Authority in its efforts to foster economic development. 6,
Motion, Senator Fred Gregory. You recognize for a motion? Please
Thank you.
recognize the mic of Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the amendment. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Jackson, Senator Blyden. Objected to by Senator Vielle. Continue reading.
Okay. I'll continue reading. Produce an annual report to the governor and the legislature outlining the status of the economy in the Virgin Islands with regards to economic health activity and trends. And 7, perform such other duties as may be assigned by and as may be required by law. C, subject to any conditions and limitations prescribed by law, the Bureau of Economic Research shall have the right of access for statistical purposes to administrative records held by public authorities. D, the Bureau of Economic Research shall treat all individual information related to individual persons as strictly confidential and shall use the information solely for statistical purposes. E, the Bureau of Economic Research shall treat all specifically identified business entities' economic data as strictly confidential and shall use the information solely for statistical purposes. Section blank. A, on the effective date of this act, every employee of the Division of Economic Research is transferred to the re-established Bureau of Economic Research within the Office of the Governor. B, the transferred employees may not have their salary or status reduced as a result of a transfer under this section, and their service must be considered continuous. C, rights and entitlement to annual and sick leave benefits, government employees' retirement system benefits, seniority, and other employee benefits of any employee transferred to the office of the governor pursuant to subsection A may not be impaired. Section blank. Act number 8121 is repealed. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Barnes, seconded by Senator Blyden and Payne, objected to by Senator Vielle. 2-minute debate time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill is, or this amendment, a non-germane amendment, is 3 pages long. It is a change of the Bureau of Economic Research being moved back to the office of the governor. I think that this bill needs to be vetted in committee so that we can hear from OMB and perhaps a representative from the office of the governor as to what is the best location for this entity. I don't think that we have given it a fair opportunity to see whether or not it will be successful under the Office of Management of Budget. But definitely, I think that we need some type of testimony from those entities, and it should not be added as a non-germane amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Vielle?
1 minute, 19 seconds.
Well,
Senator Barnes, you recognize you have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as we are all aware, those of us who have worked with economic development within the territory, that the Bureau of Economic Research was housed previously under the Office of the Governor, and it is the standard rule of thumb nationally in terms of where the Bureau of Economic Research is housed. I do believe it may have been in the 32nd legislature that this particular entity was reassigned or relocated to the office, special ordered to be relocated to the Office of Management and Budget by the good senator who's objecting to this particular amendment. Again, the basis for that, I don't know if it was qualified or quantified. However, it does not comport with models associated with the Bureau of Economic Research. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Barnes?
59 seconds.
Senator Vielle, you recognized for 1 minute, 19 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the sponsor of this amendment if this is time sensitive, that it must be done now. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Vielle?
1 minute, 8 seconds.
Senator Barnes, you recognize. You have 59 seconds.
Absolutely, Mr. President. It is time sensitive. This is my last legislative session. And as a legacy item, I would like to ensure that we have some degree of structural correctness as it relates to economic development. So yes, it is time sensitive. I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Barnes?
36 seconds.
Senator Vielle, you recognize. You have 1 minute, 8 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Time sensitive because somebody is not going to be serving in the 34th legislature does not constitute the definition of time sensitive. What is the difference with this bill being moved today versus being moved during the 34th legislature? Why are we not appropriately vetting this particular measure by having the individuals who are involved come before the legislature and testify? I reserve the balance of my time.
How much time remains for Senator Vielle?
36 seconds.
Senator Barnes, you recognize. You have 36 seconds.
Thank you. I do appreciate the selective and subjective reasoning presented by the opponent. Notwithstanding, again, I don't know what the rush was at the end of the 32nd legislature as well, when it was not vetted, when it was transferred to the Office of Management and Budget. Again, what's good for the goose is good for the gander in this regard. And I return the balance of my time. I ask you colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Vielle, you recognize. You have 36 seconds.
Thank you so much. If you were not serving in the institution, you can't assume what took place at that particular juncture. So to be here and try to assume as to what took place and use that as a justification to bring this bill and not vet it, I think is wrong. I return the balance of my time.
Thank you. All time have been returned or expired. At this time, roll call on the amendment.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta? Senator Benta not voting. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan not voting. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis? Yes. Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins not voting. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yes. Senator Bailey? Senator Bailey, no. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, 2 not voting.
Please record Senator Benta's vote as yes. Tally.
Mr. President, 12 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Very well, the amendment carries. Not an amendment? Amendment, Senator Benta, you recognize for an amendment?
Mr. President, I rise to offer Amendment 33-249 to Bill 33-0226. Bill 33-0226 is amended by adding a new appropriately numbered section to read as follows. Section blank, Title 27, Chapter 4B, Section 221 of the Virgin Islands Code is amended as follows. A subsection A, in subsection A, by striking or any entity qualified to conduct certified criminal background checks, and B, by striking all the existing language in the subsection B and inserting the following language in its place. B, the following occupations shall be subject to mandatory national criminal history background checks prior to the issuance of license by their respective boards of the Virgin Islands Department of Health: physicians, physician's assistant, dentist, dental hygienist, dental assistant, certified nursing assistant, CNAs, registered nurse, RNs, licensed practical nurses, LPNs, advanced practice nurses, APNS, pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, optometrists, certified therapeutic doctors or optometry physical therapists, physical therapy assistant, chiropractors, pediatrists, podiatrists, psychologists, assistant, veterinarians, veterinary technicians. C, by inserting the following after the first sentence of subsection C, the Virgin Islands Police Department shall be the recipient of the results of the criminal background checks. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Benta, seconded by Senator VLA. Hearing no objection, so ordered. And a motion? Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize for a motion.
Mr. President, I move amendment number 33-961 to bill number 33-0 to amend the bill number 33-0226. Bill number 33-0226 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, Act number 8376, Section 4 is amended by redesignating the internal section as 1018A through Section 1018H and in redesignated 1018D by adding a paragraph 2 to read as follows. 2. The gross receipt taxes on merchandise goods, machinery, and equipment brought into the South Shore Enterprise Zone for the purpose of reshipment out of the territory are exempt from custom duties and excise taxes, except that this exemption does not apply to the gross receipt of businesses operated by a concession or rental agreement on the premises of the South Shore Enterprise Zone, for which businesses' separate license are required or which are not ordinarily related to or do not constitute an essential part of the operation of the South Shore Enterprise Zone and are not otherwise eligible for tax incentives as a distinct enterprise. I so move.
Motion properly moved by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator VLA. Hearing no objection. And Senator Benta, hearing no objection, so ordered. That concludes amendments. At this time, Madam Clerk, roll call on Bill 33-0226 as amended.
Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes? Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, yes. Senator Blyden? Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Senator Degazan not voting. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis?
Yea.
Senator Francis, yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge? Senator Hodge, yes. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yes. Senator James? Senator James, yes. Senator Payne? Senator Payne, yes. Senator Saru? Senator Saru absent. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, no. Senator Vele? Senator Vele, yes. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0226, an act amending Title 1, Chapter 7 of the Virgin Islands Code to establish the official Madras of the Virgin Islands of the United States as amended, has been approved by this body and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Senator Barnes, you recognized for a point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a point of inquiry through the chair to legal counsel regarding what she referenced in section 16. Because of my read of that, it applies to quasi-judicial boards, and you indicated other legislative matters. So can the legal counsel please clarify her interpretation of the Revised Organic Act, and can you also speak to 8C, which speaks to the powers of the legislature? But again, can you clarify if in fact the legislation that was before us represented a quasi-judicial board? Thank you, Mr. President.
Legal counsel, you may respond.
Mr. President, if I could have a few moments to look at the legislation again, given the, not only that question, but the other questions, I could answer both things together.
Very well. How much time would you need, legal counsel?
I'm just going to look at the section of the section of the bill. As I guess you could go ahead with the.
We have nothing else. We're
oh yeah, at
on
the
your
end
time
of
now. As a matter of fact, you can go ahead. What I'll do is this time is give everyone a 2-minute point of personal privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize. 2 minutes, personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to take this opportunity to, of course, wish all the people in the U.S. Virgin Islands a very happy and prosperous 2021. 2020 has been a very challenging year. But I also want to wish my colleagues a very happy and prosperous 2021 as well. But I also would like to take this opportunity to say that for the past, almost 24 months, I have worked with some very, very interesting people. And each one of them hold a very special place in my heart, very interestingly enough. I didn't realize I would have a point of privilege because I had little notes about how I feel about every single one of you all. But, we didn't always agree. And when the 33rd legislature started out very early, I believe it was in March, there was a coup d'etat that took place. I always call it a coup d'etat. That's what my granddaughter calls me, coup d'etat. And is it May 15th? Yeah, after Carnival. And, it was a lesson learned for me. And I took that lesson. And when you serve lemons, you make lemonade?
30 seconds.
And I have to tell you that I love my lemonades that I have in here. You guys have worked really hard. I think the one thing that we really haven't done is really lay out for the community, a lot of the work that we've done as far as the details of our legislation. And I think that's something that we really need to work harder at here in the legislature. We have to really get the information out. And I also want to close by saying this, and we have to hold the executive branch accountable. We move a lot of significant legislation in this body.
Time.
And we don't always agree. I have to wrap up because we don't have a lot of time. We don't always agree. But we have to ensure that our legislation are being enacted, implemented, and enforced. As a body, when we move to the 34th legislature, we have to figure out how to do that. I wish each and every one of you well, and I look forward to working with you in the future. And those of you who are not coming back, I also look forward to work with you because you are still my constituents. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Thomas, you recognized for your 2 minutes.
I'm on aid. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise also for this point of privilege to once again thank the community for the opportunity allowed to serve this wonderful community, to serve in this body. I must thank God for giving me the health and strength. Must thank my family for being there, and absolute thanks to the supporters that gave me the opportunity and all my friends. But the 24 months that went by, whatever happened could not have been accomplished without the help of my fantastic staff. And those 4 individuals were on the grind all the time. Loyal, professional people that had to bite the tongue because their boss did that often as well. I came into the body with a pledge of leaving without having to look over my shoulder for who I owe a favor, for who I have done wrong, and for who I borrowed money from. And I kept it because none of that has been done. Intentional things happen sometimes and some not intentional. A lot of bad done to people intentionally, not by this senator.
30 seconds.
Another pledge was to never disrespect an individual, and I leave in here just like that. Just as the first day when we were sworn in, I had on the same suit, I had on a unity blue tie, I had a little less haircut, I had a haircut, and I intentionally left the gray, because this gray isn't from the 33rd legislature. It's from a lifetime of experiences, none of which I regret in this body.
Time.
Once again, Mr. President, thank you for the personal privilege, opportunity. Colleagues, I wish you all the best going forward. I wish the 34th legislature and beyond do their best to solve this community. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Senator Thomas. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, all viewing, listening, and present. I, too, would like to definitely thank my staff. I harassed them enough, and they stuck with me through thick and thin, and I'd like to let them know publicly I appreciate them. And also, thank you to the body for passing the resolution and the bill, former Senator Judy Gomez, Esquire. Also, it renames the Howard Highway after Judy M. Gomez. So again, think global, act local. 100% local from me. So in terms of who don't want to have resolutions because they believe their colleagues ain't gonna like it, well, when I bring a resolution and you don't like it, you're gonna get a fierce fight from me. Because all our people in these territories deserve to be praised, deserve to be put their names and structures, because, hey, we've been through colonialism for so long, it's time to move on. This is for us, by us. That's why we were given the chance to govern ourselves, and let's continue doing that. Thank you to all of my colleagues, staffs, on behalf of me,
30
keeping
seconds.
your colleagues in place, working hard with them, taking a lot of ups and downs, but thank you to your staffs. And I pray the final wish, let my queen not gonna be home soon. And my final wish would be that my colleagues return to St. Croix safely and go home to your families and enjoy the new year and the best of the new year to all of you. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a speech that I just tore up when you said 2 minutes. But I was just listening to a couple of the comments there just now. I didn't hear fully about the lemons and the lemonade, but I hope I wasn't one of them lime or lemon. But it was good serving with you all, yes, and I have to agree with the first speaker. Some of you are very interesting. But I tell you, every stumbling block I look at as a stepping stone, another part of life that you just have to experience. So I want to thank you all for experiencing being a non-majority member. You might have done me a favor, and I thank you for that. I have served with each and every one of you and still respected each and every one of you as we serve the people of the Virgin Islands. And one thing I want to remind colleagues, those remaining and those coming, we always talk about this being a deliberative body.
30 seconds.
Nothing in here is supposed to be personal. And we all have a decision to make, and it is supposed to be a decision made in the best interests of the people that we serve. Everybody ain't going to agree, but you got to make a decision. So I'm just asking as we go forward into the 34th legislature, whether or not I support a measure that you bring or you support a measure that I bring.
Time.
Let's just work together with each other. And I wish each and every one of you well. Those of you not returning, I wish you well in your endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins, for your comments. Senator Benta, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to say to the people of the Virgin Islands that some may serve, and then when they depart, they go into a hiatus where they sit and relax and don't look at what's going on really. I am here to say today, in looking at those in the hiatus, when we look at what the GRs has sent out tonight, there has been a real tobacco in the minds of the people, but through acknowledgement in a document this evening advising all of the retirees that there was some misinformation and there will not be a 42% cut of the retirees' pension. And that letter came out not too long ago. So the omen where it created a lot of dissension in the hearts and the minds of a lot of our retirees and serious concerns of their future in just a stroke of a pen in a document that was just released really becomes alarming. And while we battle in the field to educate our people, our citizens, in the moral aspect of it, to let them understand that they are not forgotten, but at the same time where we use their emotions and their sympathies as well as how they will survive as a tool, that created some real hardship in a lot of lives.
30 seconds.
I will say to the people of the Virgin Islands, I am not leaving, I'll be here, and more so I do hope that this body in up and coming days will bring me before this body along with some other individuals who will be investing in this territory, and to let the people of the Virgin Islands know that there aren't going to be any slumber, that there is a relief coming. I want to thank my colleagues who will be journeying with me to sit with some of these investors who they have met.
Time.
To bring just to this territory. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Benta. Senator Hodge, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the people of the Virgin Islands, especially those who elected me to serve. Although I'll be transitioning, I look forward to continue my public service as I've done throughout my entire lifetime. Okay? No, I'm doing the queues and doing some other stuff. Yeah. But I really want to thank my family, my dear friends, everyone who's really worked hard for me, especially my staff members. And what a lot of folks don't realize is when we transition out, they transition out as well. Yeah. So it's all about maintaining professional relationships, networking, and being respectful and treating people right. And that is what's going to allow me to continue to be successful, even though I'll be leaving the legislature. But I want to really give kudos to my colleagues. Yeah, we've had a little ups and downs in between. If you rub me wrong, I'm going to tighten you up. But we've had some decent fun along the way. I've really enjoyed it. I really and truly enjoyed it. And I'm looking forward to my next endeavor or my next chapter. So thank you for the time, Mr. President, and thanks to all of you, my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Hodge. Senator Payne, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to do it up a little, change the setting a little bit. No, I ain't going to say, man, I ain't like Kenny Gittins, I ain't got kind of skills. I wait on me to just give me a little cue up there. Never that, man. Just a little relaxing, melodious music from one of the most famous steel pan players in the Virgin Islands. Colleagues, this has been a very interesting journey in the 33rd. I learned a lot, I must say. I really learned a lot in this institution. Human behavior and psychology courses taken in college came to life in the 33rd. But for the most part, it was a pleasure working alongside each of you. At times, we had a difference of opinions on several issues. However, we remained cordial and professional after the cameras were off. We connected on so many levels, and I can wholeheartedly say that in my opinion, every last one of y'all, you care deeply
30
about
seconds.
the Virgin Islands. Mr. President, you have served this institution honorably, taking jabs and punches for this body and still stood strong. Never choosing sides or pitting one district against another. You have now raised the bar and set a standard for other presidents to follow. I salute you. For a minute when we had committee meetings for Homeland Security, I used to feel as if we were in a roll call in a VIPD. To my 87s, excuse me, my 42s and Unit 1.
Time.
I appreciated the 1043s throughout this term. Thanks for helping me out to hold it down and maintain my composure in our committee meetings. We have forged friendships and bonds that will continue long after the sunset of the 33rd. And to each of you, in your own way, you are heroes and champions for the VI. God bless each one of you and your families, and I wish each of you and the people of the place that we call home a blessed, prosperous, and safe New Year. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Payne. That was a nice touch. Thank you. I appreciate that. Senator James, you recognize.
A cappella. In all seriousness, thank you, Mr. President, for all that you have done. I consider you to be a very fair person, and you made sure at the end of the day that we got things done. Even though we disagreed as a body, you managed things very professionally, and I really want to say thank you, Mr. President. And to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, we have a very diverse legislature, and I pray for the day where my generation and the upcoming generation understand that no one man is an island in the legislature. We have the chairman of finance, the chairperson for education, the chairperson for health, hospitals, and human services, and everybody is tasked with a responsibility, along with the committee members, to carry out the mandates and everything that falls under the jurisdiction of that committee. And as the chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, in the year 2021, I look forward to seeing horse racing becoming a reality in the territory, the Parley Georges Stadium being completed, the car track, and the renovation of our parks and centers. And I cannot do that by myself. And that is why I look forward to working with the executive branch, regardless of how we may disagree on issues.
30
and I know
seconds.
they're watching right now. Nothing is ever personal in the first branch of government. So let us continue to work together on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. And I really hope that the measures that were passed in the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands are enforced, and the chairman for each respective committees, once we're sworn into office, do a due diligence to have status updates to make sure that the executive branch is doing their part. And in closing, I just want to say thank you to my wife and my children and
Time.
everyone who have supported me in my journey. And Daddy, I wish you were still alive, and I know that you're looking over me. and God bless the U.S. Virgin Islands. I love you too, Mommy.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Degazan, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I have seen a beautiful side of politics and I've experienced some very ugly sides. As an educated woman in politics, I've seen how your name can be stretched across the islands, the territory. I've seen when it can be lifted up high and you get praises and you get accolades for making others proud. And I've experienced your name being dragged so low that you don't even know if you want to come out your house or if you want to stay in. But God, I have a God that keeps me encouraged, gives me energy, makes sure I am ready to face every day. When I realized that I was not being reelected to the 34th, I was stunned, I will be honest. I was shocked because I worked my tail off. But I realized we live in a community and a time where we still have an imbalance, where there are some who truly take the time to have the maturity and understanding to want to rise higher.
30 seconds.
And then there's those who really focus on emotionalism. Either way, they're all my constituents. And I want to say thank you to St. Croix for electing me to the 33rd. Just because I'm not in the 34th, you will still be seeing me. I will still continue to work hard. I'm still a farmer. I'm still a part of our community. I want to thank my team, Sonia, Marquita, Kiana, Tippy, Richard Nix. Thank you guys for keeping me focused and pushing me forward. To my children, to my other half, to my father, my siblings, thank you all so much.
Time.
For always looking at me as a shining star. Even when others didn't see that glimmer, my family, every time I walk in that house, look at me as though I'm the best thing they ever saw. And for that, I am grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Degazan. Senator Biele, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to begin by sincerely wishing the people of the Virgin Islands compliments of the season and a very happy New Year. 2020 have been a struggle, not only for the Virgin Islands, but for the world. But we have survived. And we're moving forward into 2021 with hope. Hope that we'll be able to regain some type of normalcy, not only as the Virgin Islands, but as a world. I have always been humble to serve in this position. And I think that anyone that gets elected to the Senate, the first thing you need to do is to be humbled. And if you're not, the ramifications fall pretty quick. I'm happy to have served with all the members of the 34th legislature. 33rd, I'm moving to the 34th. I'm happy to have served with all the members of the 33rd legislature. Those who are returning in the 34th, I look forward to working with you. Those who seek not to run or was not reelected, I enjoyed working with you and I wish you well in your future endeavors. We have a lot of work that we need to do for the Virgin Islands. We're only going to be able to accomplish that
30 seconds.
if we remember the role of the legislature, which is check and balance. We always got to remember that moving forward and make sure that whatever legislation come out of this body is written correctly. I agree with the first person that spoke and said, you know, we're going to have to see how we can make sure that all the measures that we have passed are implemented, because we have done so much. So much. And it is our role to be able to move the Virgin Islands to the next level. Members of the 33rd legislature, good luck to you. season greetings, Happy New Year, and God blessings.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Senator Blyden, Majority Leader, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you again. Nah, never that. Thank you again, Mr. President. I want to start off by saying I want to wish everyone best wishes for 2021. I want to again thank the people of the St. Thomas St. John District for giving me another opportunity to serve in this body. As I stated earlier, it's not going to be easy, but at the end of the day, we're going to do our best. We're going to work hard. And like I've said many times before, whenever I wake up in the morning, the first thing I think about is the people and what issues we have to face. And when I go to sleep, the same thing is on my mind. I want to thank my colleagues for all of their assistance, their friendship, their collaboration. I want to thank my staff for all of their hard work and dedication. I want to thank Central staff, likewise, for all that they have done in keeping this institution alive and going. I want to thank my family for the sacrifice they have made because they don't see me much. I will remain humble, and I'm truly grateful for this awesome opportunity and responsibility. It is not easy being a public servant, despite what you see on television. It is not easy. Damn if you
30 seconds.
do, damn if you don't. No matter what you do, you're going to be criticized. You must have a broad back. Your heart must be in the right place. And you must focus on the mission forward, and you'll be fine. Again, season greetings to all. And I look forward to the vexing issues and challenges in the 34th legislature, and will continue to work hard on your behalf. Thank you again, Mr. President, for all you have done and for your leadership in this body. Thank you. Good evening, all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. You're certainly welcome. Next, we'll hear from the Madam Secretary, Senator Alicia Barnes. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to begin by first and foremost giving God the praise and giving him the glory and giving him thanks for this opportunity to have served as a member of the 33rd Legislature. I would like to thank my children, Naila and Nia, my granddaughter Avani, my daughter-in-law Kayla, for many times waiting up for me, preparing meals for me, and just understanding the new role that I assumed as a senator. I would like to thank my secret weapon, my mother, and my entire family for all of their love and support. I would like to thank my staff and my strategy team for keeping me focused on the agenda that we set forth to improve the quality of life for all citizens in the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically St. Croix. And I would like to thank the people of St. Croix for blessing me with the honor to serve them as a member of the 33rd Legislature. I would be remiss if I did not thank my sorors of the Mu Gamma Omega chapter of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated for always having my back each and every time, even to the extent when they look at the live stream to text me and tell me straighten your pearls. So I love you, sorors. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for the honor of serving with you. It truly has been an honor. It's been fun, and I've enjoyed it. And when I didn't, I let you know. But for the incoming 34th legislature, I would like to leave you with Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 to 26. The Lord, well, and to all of my colleagues as well, those who may not be returning. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. God bless you, and God bless the people of these United States Virgin Islands. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And next we'll go to the Senate Vice President, Senator Myron Jackson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Parting is such sweet sorrow. I will truly miss the institution. I've never second guessed my tenure here, just had to believe in myself and my ability. So I want to thank God, and I want to thank my family, my mother, who continues to be a force in all our lives, my sister, my brothers, Bernard, Gerald, Ari, and my nephews, David, Christopher, and Gerald, the voters, and the people of this territory, my campaign workers, my staff. Before I forget, Lyle Baptiste, between 2013-2020, Maricel Castor, Denis Dissout, Othelio DeWin, Yvette Finch, Oliver Harpo, Janelle James, Brenda Hodge Lockhart, Toya Malone, David McDonald, Aisha Morris, Joy Peterson, Quincy Thomas, Shelley Thomas, and we had most recently an intern attorney, Esteban Smith. I also like to thank the elders that really took me under their wings. Several of them no longer with us. Mr. James Francis, who spent many years here at this institution, may he
30
rest in
seconds.
peace. Dr. Eleanor Blyden, Alda and Babe Monsanto, Mr. Knight, who took me from point to point, and we lost Mr. Monsanto most recently, Mr. Larry Dow, Lorraine Creaky Molinar, Ruth Molinar, late Ruth Molinar and her family, the Clark family, and all other extended family members of the Peterson, Clendenin, Blyden, Canton clan. And I want to leave with this.
Time.
Today is purpose, which means Nia for the fifth day of Kwanzaa. We work to restore our people and communities to their traditional greatness. Our collective vocation helps to uplift the development of our people. We seek to ensure a legacy by teaching the next generation about their history, tradition, and relevance to humanity. We consciously make decisions congruent with other purposes to optimize the potential of our people. God bless, and thank you for the ability and the honor to serve you.
Thank you very much, Senator Jackson. And for me, 2 minutes on the clock, as usual. Again, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of my colleagues. I thank each of you individually and collectively. I've had the honor and privilege to serve as your presiding officer, a responsibility that I never took lightly, and always endeavor to make sure that I'm protecting the institution, the legislature of the Virgin Islands. And I also want to thank my staff, small but impactful staff, Sherry, Kevin, Tamara, and my chief of staff that have been with me from day one for the last 3 terms, and I'm looking forward to the 4th term with her, chief of staff, Shauna Richards, one that really carry a lot of the brunt of what I'm not able to exercise on my colleagues. She's the one that takes it squarely on the chin. But nonetheless, I have had the honor of serving in this institution for 3 terms, a responsibility I really embrace and take seriously. September 11th, I had a life-changing impact. And for me, that gave me a whole perspective on life. You just wake up one morning and without any signs, any warning,
30 seconds.
it just happened right before your eyes. And it just gave me a whole different perspective on life. And whatever we do, we want to be able to take time out for our family. A lot of times we think that they're not listening, they're not paying attention, they're not impacted. But well, they didn't sign up for this. They're listening, they're watching, they're reading the social media and everything, and slowly there is some impact that's happening in the underlying issue. So please, whatever you do during this season, remember the reason for the season, and more importantly, make sure that you take some time out to spend with your family. Take that time to say, I love you. Take that time out at the end of the busy day to always care for your family. This concludes my last session as Senate President of the 33rd Legislature, and it has been my privilege and honor to serve the people of the Virgin Islands in this capacity. Again, I thank my colleagues for their collaborative spirit and for supporting my efforts to bring all the ideas and perspective around the table. I thank the legislative officers, Senator Myron Jackson, the Vice President, the Madam Secretary Alicia Barnes, and my Majority Leader, Senator Blyden, for all the work that they have done to support our endeavor to run this institution. I must thank the central staff, every division from facilities to archive to the business office, and employees who play a key role in our operations. You have kept the legislature moving forward, especially in this challenging year of global pandemic. They have found us working from home on staggered schedule to keep ourselves and our colleagues and our families safe. March, many of our testifiers and staff have participated remotely. Thank you to the public affairs and MIS teams for ensuring these connections and also the transparency that is vital to our legislative connections and operations. This has also been a milestone year for the legislature. We were fortunate to move into our own building on St. Croix. This has been a long time coming. Many thanks to Executive Director James McNamara for his stewardship on this project, Ms. Kasten Hendricks Messer for not only managing the many details of the office and staff, but for coordinating our move to the new building. It is difficult to say everybody's name, but I know that I can appreciate, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I also want to send a special thanks and appreciation to our Executive Director, who was charged with the responsibility on a day-to-day operation. Mr. Michael Benjamin, a pain in the butt. Well, God knows he get the work done. You know, he really keep the engine oiled and keep it running. Thank you, Michael. Finally, colleagues, I really thank you for your contribution to the legislative process. At this time, Madam Legal Counsel, we're coming back to you in terms of, we hope that you'll be able to do your research and you're available now before we move towards closing off the session to respond to the inquiry that was made by Senator Barnes. Please recognize the mic of the Legal Counsel.
Through the President to Senator Barnes, there were two questions that were asked. The one, the most pertinent to the discussion on the particular bill in question, was as to Section 16C, which was, I cited in terms of explaining why the provision was against the Organic Act, and because also that the Organic Act is referred to as the de facto constitution, so therefore not being only in violation of the Organic Act, but in violation of what you can say, making it unconstitutional rather. And your question was, doesn't this apply only to quasi-judicial functions? And I just want to make it clear, I didn't say at any point that the items were not quasi-judicial. In fact, when you define quasi-judicial, having a partly judicial character by possession of the right to hold hearings, conduct investigations into disputed claims or alleged infractions of rules and regulations. All these things apply to the board in question under the proposed bill, and therefore it is in fact quasi-judicial in nature. And it also says quasi-judicial is also where you're able to make decisions in a general manner of courts and quasi-judicial bodies. So the board is in fact a quasi-judicial entity, and what I explained and spoke of is applicable. You then asked about Section 8C, I'm not sure in what context, but Section 8C basically says that laws that were in, if there were any laws in existence at the time that the Organic Act was put in place, that those laws, of course, were in full force and effect. Then the next section basically says that the legislature shall have power within its jurisdiction to modify or repeal local laws, otherwise provided, and to enact new laws not inconsistent with any law of the U.S. applicable to the Virgin Islands, subject to the power of Congress to annul any such act of the legislature. Basically what they're saying, any laws that were in place at the time of the Organic Act are in place. The legislature has the right to make laws, change laws, but the revised Organic Act is not what you'd call a local law per se, and no changes can be made to the Organic Act without going through the proper process, which includes congressional approval. I hope I've answered the question.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. Does that clarify the issue of concern surrounding your question to the legal counsel? Please recognize the mic of Senator Barnes.
Mr. President, I know time is far spent, but the board in question in the subject legislation has no judicial function. Notwithstanding that, thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Motion.
It's
No,
not,
I don't think she had. No, it wasn't a question. So.
oh, okay.
Very well. Thank you. All right. At this point, colleagues, having no further business, this legislative session of December 30th, 2020 is hereby adjourned. God bless. And now we're not going Senadai. For all intents and purposes, this will be the last session. However, because we're in a state of emergency, we'll continue to keep the doors open in case we're needed to be called back here again to support the efforts of the administration. The session of December 30th, 2020 is hereby adjourned.